Welcome, everyone. Today is Friday, September 25th. It is approximately 9:34 a.m. Before we jump into items, can we have a roll call attendance, please?
Commissioner Ahmad.
Here.
Commissioner Kutagawa.
Here.
Commissioner Anderson.
Here.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Here.
Commissioner Forniciari.
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Here.
Commissioner Lamons.
Here.
Commissioner Sadwani.
Here.
Commissioner Sinai.
Here.
Commissioner Taylor.
Present.
Commissioner Toledo.
Present.
Commissioner Turner.
Here.
Commissioner Vasquez.
Here.
Commissioner Yee.
Here.
100% attendance.
Great, thank you so much. Before we jump into public comment, I thought it would be appropriate to give folks a chance to start preparing to dial in while we address the census update that we got very late last night. Council, I saw that you read all 84 pages.
Yes.
Would you like to provide a very brief update regarding census?
The court, this was the Northern District of California decision in the National Urban League case, and the court ordered a preliminary injunction to issue barring census from implementing its replan to shut down the census early. There's already been an announcement that there'll be an appeal of that, but for the time being, at least the census will go through the originally scheduled date of the end of October.
Does anyone have any questions on that brief update? Yes, Commissioner Anderson.
Council, and also that didn't just apply to the October 31st date of the census, but it also applied to when those the census data needs to be turned over to the president. Is that correct?
You're correct. Thank you.
And those dates, instead of being December 31st, would now be April?
No, it did not order the time extended according to the first revision by the commission, by the Census Bureau. It really merely said that they can't end it early.
Okay, thank you. Because it wasn't my understanding.
All right, now we will jump into public comment.
A question for council.
Yes.
Could you just say a little bit more about the appeal process and how that could play out or might play out?
Preliminary injunction is immediately appealable. They would appeal to the Ninth Circuit. They can ask for a expedited hearing, given the significance of the case. It's a nationwide injunction. I assume that the Ninth Circuit would act rapidly on it, but that's all speculation at this point.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no other hands, I just wanted to provide a quick overview of what our agenda looks like for today so that folks in the room and the public can plan out their days. So we will jump into public comment, general public comment, and then we will address agenda item number 8, which is scheduled currently to be heard at 10 a.m. We will take public comment on that agenda item, followed by agenda item number 10. Raul has some updates and potential or possible action for us to consider for contracts and procurement. We'll take public comment on that agenda item as well. Then we will jump into agenda item number 11, in which we will discuss future meeting dates and future agenda items. And then after lunch, I'm thinking we will jump back into closed session, and this is an update for everyone. We do not have an update for you regarding our decision yet on hiring of the executive director. We will continue those deliberations today in the afternoon sometime in closed session, and we will make sure to update folks as soon as we have an update. Do we have any questions regarding the flow of today. Great. Raul, can we hear the instructions for calling in for public comment?
Of course, Madam Chair. The Commission will advise the viewing audience when it is time to submit public comment. The Commissioners will then allow time for those who wish to comment to dial in. To call in, first, on your phone, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. Second, when prompted, enter the meeting ID number, which is also provided on the live stream feed, using your dial pad. Third, when prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound sign. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue from which a moderator will begin unmuting callers to submit their comment. You will also hear an automatic message saying to press *9, that's *9 to raise your hand, indicating that you wish to make a comment. When it is your turn to speak, the moderator will unmute you and you will hear an automatic message that will say, the host would like you to talk, and to press *6, that's *6 to speak. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak, and please remember to turn down the live stream volume. Commissioners will take comment for every action item on the agenda. As you listen to the online video stream, the chair will call for public comments just as she has now. That is the time to call in. The process for making a comment will be the same each time. You begin by dialing the telephone number provided on the live stream feed and following the steps that I have just stated. These instructions are also on the website. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We do have one person in the queue. You can press *6, and if you can please state and spell your name for the court reporter.
Yes, hi, my name is Peter Cannon, P-E-T-E-R, Cannon, C-A-N-N-O-N. Good morning. I've called during the last series of meetings, and I've urged you to invite commissioners from the 2010 Commission to share their experiences with you. When I saw that this meeting didn't include any of them as guest speakers, and I see that the new meeting agenda does not either, I decided to call in again. The 2010 Commission has been recognized nationally for its efforts, and I think that their experiences can provide valuable insights and best practices. Printed reports are just not the same as hearing firsthand from individuals, and I hope you will please consider this suggestion as you discuss agenda items for your future meetings. Thank you for your time.
Are there any other callers?
There is no one
do
in the
have
queue at this time.
one correction and an apology to Commissioner Anderson. You were exactly correct. I just went and reread it, and the December 31st date was stayed also.
Let's stand at ease for 2 minutes to allow folks additional time to call in, since there is a lag on the live stream.
Chair, could I just comment on that? Thank you, Council, for that clarification. Yes, I thought that had that also was additionally very significant, because in terms that would allow time not just to collect the data, but to verify the accuracy of it, which I think was, in particular in our instance, that it's extremely impactful. Because we're all concerned with the accuracy, and having that December 31st deadline still there, man, the data wouldn't be that good. So thank you for the clarification.
Thank you for noticing it. I hadn't had my first cup of coffee when I read it this morning.
Here, if I could offer a census tidbit, I'm looking at the 2020 census.gov, and so the enumeration report for California as of Wednesday. We're standing at 97.7% enumerated. That is not quality checked yet. So even though that seems like a very high number, it's not, may not be all it appears to be. So that's 68.7% self-reported and 29% from the NARFU follow-up. The lowest state looks like maybe Alabama at 90%. Idaho is at 99.8. So, you know, those are somewhat encouraging, at least in terms of the initial enumeration.
Katie, do we have any additional public comments in queue?
We do not.
All right. So we will move forward. Again, there's ample time for public comment throughout the day, and we definitely encourage folks to call in and share your thoughts along the way. So the time is 9:45. I just wanted to check with folks in the room if our presenter is here and or available at this time.
Yes, they are on your cameras.
Oh, perfect. Would our presenter mind starting 15 minutes earlier than anticipated, or do you all think we should wait in case folks in the public are also timing 10 a.m. as the approximate start time?
Your choice.
Any thoughts from my colleagues one way or the other? Yes, Commissioner Sabwani and Turner.
Say let's proceed.
All right.
In agreement, let's proceed.
All right. Will our presenter for agenda item number 8, you have the floor.
Hi, my name is Michael Wagaman, and I'm actually one of the 3 presenters on this item. You heard from me previously, but as a reminder, I'm on retainer by both the Assembly and the Senate to work on some of the legislature's mandates on redistricting. I am joined by Joel Yang, who works with the Senate Republican Caucus, so you do have a bipartisan group here to kind of introduce the presentation you're about to see. To set the stage, 3 pieces of historical context. First, when first adopted, the Voters First Act stated in part, quote, "The legislature shall take all steps necessary to ensure that procedures are in place to provide the public ready access to redistricting computer software for drawing maps." In the last redistricting, this mandate was primarily met through funding from the Irvine Foundation. By 2019, though, it was clear that the public would not have the same level of access through privately funded options this cycle. So the legislature allocated $1.9 million to the statewide database in part to meet this specific mandate. Second, in 2012, the Commission and legislature jointly amended the Act to shift the starting date from the Commission from December 31st to August 15th, which is why you're all here able to meet now. Looking at this change, though, relative to the mandate to provide redistricting software, it meant that there would be a longer period during which the Commission would be formed, but before census data had been released, and thus before the public could actually start drawing maps, both specific districts or complete plans. Third, like you, the legislature reviewed the handbook from the 2011 Commission. Under Section 4, Community Input Hearings, Item 5, Formats for Receiving Information, that report discusses challenges with receiving testimony in multiple different formats. It recommended, and I quote, "Consider providing standardized electronic templates for comments and for maps that can be easily integrated by mappers. The Commission should decide whether this is the duty of the legislature through its responsibility for the statewide database, or whether it will be up to the Commission to work this out." From these 3 pieces of historical context, the software you're about to look at today was born. This particular piece of software has a very specific and narrow purpose. allow members of the public who want to draw their community of interest to do so in a format that can be easily used by the commission. This was not an option that was made readily available either through publicly or privately funded options in 2011, and really is something new for this cycle. It is designed to allow that process of gathering community of interest testimony to begin before, and I emphasize before, the release of census data. It's a web-based tool that can be used to solicit public testimony both in and out of a public input hearing as you move forward with that process. It is designed so that the data that it creates can be easily integrated into common GIS software so as to remain neutral on both software and consulting decisions in the future. The Voters First Act states, again, and I quote, "Upon the commission's formation and until its dissolution, the legislature shall coordinate these efforts with the commission." So that's why we're here today. The statewide database, personified in this case in the form of Ms. Jamie Clark, is going to first show you a video that introduces you to the software. Second, offer to live demonstrate any aspects of the software you want to look at. In addition, she'll walk you through options should commissioners wish to participate in the current usability testing going on the software. And three, she will introduce some questions where feedback from the commission is requested as part of that mandate to coordinate between the legislature and the commission. Before she begins, however, a few final notes. First, to emphasize this is beta software, not yet ready for public release. As I noted, it is going through usability testing, which Ms. Clark will discuss. But it's also because there are some places where there's open development questions, where feedback from the commission will allow the final software to be crafted to best meet your needs. Second, as noted, Ms. Clark is going to introduce some questions for the commission to consider. Please note we are not asking you to actually answer those questions today. Indeed, many of those questions probably should not be answered today. For example, when to actually release the tool ties into your plans of when to begin the public input hearing process. What languages the tool should be offered in should, of course, be tied to the commission's decisions on what languages you're going to offer. So we recognize those questions are intertwined. What we are hoping for is to focus less on those what answers, but more on the how you want to get there. For example, the last commission had a technical subcommittee that worked on issues relating to the redistricting database. Are you planning on having something similar? What issues can be handled directly by staff? What issues should be really brought back for consideration by the full commission? And what issues, quite frankly, may you not care about and you just want us to move forward since you have a lot on your plate and may not want to weigh in on everything? Again, not looking for resolution today, but hoping to add these to your running list as you move forward with laying the groundwork for the commission and develop your vision for the future. Finally, just to emphasize, the SOP is not. It is not designed to draw districts or redistricting plans. Separate access options are being worked on to provide that functionality. And when we get closer to that part of the process, the legislature will again request to come back to you to show you those options. Because it came up during Wednesday's discussion, I do want to add to emphasize that the legislative mandate here is to provide the public with access to redistricting software. The decision of what software the commission wants to use for its work is yours and yours alone. Different experts may recommend different software packages and include those as parts of their proposals. As detailed in the 2011 handbook I referenced earlier, there were some legal questions raised by council about individual commissioners using GIS software to draw maps outside of a public meeting. That question's resolution this time will obviously impact how many licenses you need. To be blunt, we don't want to be in the middle of any of that. The goal of both the COI software and the later redistricting software is to ensure the public has ready access, that the data generated is transmitted to you in a way that is vendor neutral, easily usable, and then get out of the way of your process. So if there are questions about the future software, we can touch on those, but hopefully today we can really focus on the tool before you, which is this community of interest tool. But please do know there are other toys on the way. With that, Mr. Yang, do you have anything to add before we hand things over to Ms. Clark?
I'd like to say that I've had a chance to play with the koi for the last couple of days, and it seemed pretty functional. There were two ways that we could have done it, and one was instruction or just get access. I want to see how it would be if no one showed me how to use it, how intuitive it was. Tool seems pretty intuitive. If you've ever had any experience drawing maps, it'll make a lot of sense to you. So, I mean, like Michael said, it's a tool that is designed to generically make your life easier, because you tie the map drawing with, an availability to write your justification of why your koi should exist. I think it's a good point. So that's it.
Jamie, I think you're up.
Thank you so much to all the commissioners for having me. Thank you, Mr. Wagaman and Mr. Yang. I'm Jamie Clark, here again representing the statewide database. I'm here to present the statewide database's KOI tool, which we've been developing in collaboration with the legislature. The tool, again, is intended to facilitate low barrier, user-friendly public access to participation in the statewide redistricting process. I have been and will be referring to it, I'm sure, as we discuss it today, as the KOI tool, because, again, its purpose really exclusively is to provide the public with an online tool where they can create and define communities of interest across California. As Mr. Wagaman mentioned, it's under development. We are carrying out continued usability testing, and we're performing accessibility audits as we update the software on an ongoing basis. The KOI tool is designed so that any resident of California, people who have no redistricting experience, no background knowledge on redistricting, maybe have heard about redistricting for the first time as it's coming up now. So for really any resident of California to be able to draw their communities for the commission using the census geography, even down to the census blocks. So again, this is the same geography that the commission will be working on throughout the redistricting process. That's kind of what's new about this tool for this redistricting cycle, is that the public can have just super easy access to the census geography, can directly submit to the commission their communities of interest using the census geography itself. We do have a quick video lined up. It's about 6 minutes long. The video demonstrates how the tool works, the level of detail that users can work with as they create their communities of interest. And after that, happy to answer general questions, do a live demonstration if desired, and dig deeper into any specific features. And with that, thank you again for the opportunity to share the tool with you today. And Christian, could you please play the video?
Certainly. Just a moment while I reconfigure audio for the video. And at the end of the video, please give me a moment to switch us back to our meeting mode. Stand by.
Thank you.
And if the commissioners could please pin the CRC HQ video, that's where you will be viewing the presentation.
The Community of Interest tool that is currently under development by the statewide database. The purpose of this tool is to provide public access to California's statewide redistricting process. Our tool is designed to be a resource for users to create public input and submit directly to the California Redistricting Commission. The key features of our tool are that it's free to use, it's user-friendly and accessible, it's available in multiple languages, and it's available on the web. That way, users can participate from anywhere that they can get online and onto the internet. Through our tool, users can create a map drawing of their community of interest, include written testimony to help the California Redistricting Commission better understand who their community is and why they should be kept together, and finally, export a shapefile of their map and a text document of their written testimony directly to the California Redistricting Commission for their consideration. Next, we will do an introductory overview of the feature set of the Community of Interest tool. At the start, users will be prompted with an authentication modal. They can access this tool through two options, a guest account or through creating an account with us. Regardless of which option they choose, any user on our site will be able to create Community of Interest maps and submit to the Commission. The difference is simply a matter of saving work to revisit later. The Community of Interest tool will be available in multiple languages, which the user can change at the point of login or at any point during their use of the tool. In this demo, we will be using the tool as a guest user. Later on, we will highlight the distinguishing features of a user account. There are two main sections of the interface. The first is the map area on the right. This is where the user will be doing their drawing of their community of interest. Users can pan or click and drag the map to navigate to a specific part of California, or they can zoom in and out of the view using these plus or minus buttons or by scrolling on their mouse or trackpad. Another helpful navigation feature is this drop-down menu on the bottom left corner. Users can use this to toggle between different base maps, which are the underlying geography. One example is OpenStreetMap, which provides a colorful view. Another example is our default, Stamen, which is a black and white view. I will demonstrate our drawing capabilities through an example community of interest around the University of California, Berkeley campus. I'll show this in a different tab so that you can see the area already zoomed in. Zooming in and out is used as a navigational tool. What zooming also does is enable different census geography to appear on the screen. These become the selectable geography units by which the user can add or remove shapes to their community of interest. For example, we have county, place, tribal, tract, and block geography levels. You can preview which type of geography you're selecting by in this top right corner. Right now, we're at the tract census geography level, represented by these red lines. If I zoom in a bit, we will be in the block census geography level, which are represented by these black lines. On the left side of the screen, we have the second main section of the interface. This side panel contains space for written testimony as well as a minimal set of selection tools for drawing your map. Within our selection tools, we have 4 options. The first is single select. The user can click and add individual shapes to their community of interest. Next is rectangle select. With this, users can click and drag an area to be added to their community of interest. Next is lasso select. With this, the user can do a bit more of a freehand selection. Finally, we have an erase tool that allows the user to remove units by clicking individually or by clicking and dragging areas. There are also undo and redo buttons if the user would like to remove or revert recent changes. At the top of the panel, there's a community name section. For this example, I will call this the UC Berkeley community. In the bottom section of this side panel, there's space for written testimony. Here we provide two main prompts. What is the mutual interest and why should it be kept together? These questions are subject to change per commission request or based on any requirements they may have regarding what information should be included in public commentary. This entire section is designed to give the user space to paint a picture of who their community is. When you're ready to submit your community of interest to the Commission, you can select the Submit button at the bottom left corner of the screen. When you do so, you will be prompted by a final modal that provides a summary of the written testimony you included before, as well as a preview of your map. This will be your final chance to review the written testimony and the shape of your community of interest before sending it off to the Commission. Lastly, on the right-hand side of the screen, the user will be asked to fill out their name, as well as a reCAPTCHA verification form. After submitting their community of interest, users can be emailed a copy of their submission, which they can then share with neighbors, community members, or just keep for future reference. If a user does not want to immediately submit their community of interest, they have the option of saving a draft of their work to a user account using the Save button on the bottom of the side panel. In this next tab, I'll log into my account. After a successful login, I am presented with the My Maps page that will contain a history of my drafts and submissions. This looks similar to our map drawing page. However, a key difference is that on the map on the right-hand side, the user won't be doing any active drawing. Instead, this map is just a display of old drafts or past submissions. If they click on a draft or submission, the map will navigate to that geographical location. This helps users see where their communities of interest lie in relation to one another. Although past submissions can't be revised, users may open the draft to edit and continue working on them from My Maps. Or they can start a completely new map from scratch. This has been a brief walkthrough of the things that can be accomplished with our Community of Interest tool. Thank you so much for watching, and if you have any further questions, please contact Marinella or Jamie at the statewide database.
Just a moment, Chair.
All right, Ms.
Thank you,
Clark,
Chair.
back to you.
Thank you very much. So again, that was a quick overview of our community of interest tool, some of the features and functionality that were noted in there. Again, we do have questions around those in terms of what would the commission like to see. And, you know, for example, the prompts, the questions from the users, what languages to provide the tool in. And again, I do want to note that when a user submits, the commission will receive geographic files that could really quickly and easily be integrated into mapping software, along with a PDF or sort of visualization of the submission itself, and users will also receive those files as well. Again, if you would like to dig a little deeper or have questions about specific features, I can demonstrate the software live right now. With the caveat, the demonstration might be a little bit slow. I live in a rural county in Northern California, and there's no infrastructure at where I live for broadband access, something you might hear about when you keep discussing public access. Might even get some communities of interest about it. But with the video running, it can be a little bit, everything else can be a little bit slow. So the demonstration could lag a little bit, but again, happy to do it. As Mr. Wagaman and Mr. Yang mentioned, we also would be happy to extend an invitation to all of you to take part in our usability testing if you or your staff would like to try the software directly. Testing would consist of a one-on-one meeting with our developer where you would get a quick tour of the tool, run through some exercises, draw a community of interest, and Statewide Database would collect your feedback along the way as you go. The meeting would probably take about an hour, maybe 90 minutes, depending on how detailed you wanted to get with discussing all of the features of the tool. And I do know that the legislature has consulted with your council, who concluded that your participation in the user testing wouldn't violate Ag Leakine or the prohibition on communications about redistricting matters outside of public hearings. So if anybody is interested in testing the software, those requests can be routed to Statewide Database through your staff, and we will set up user testing around your schedules. Given that information, knowing you can test it directly, again, I am happy to look at the tool live now if there is a wish to do so. And I'm also happy just to answer any general questions that you have about the tool and what you just saw.
Commissioner Fernandez, Yee, Kennedy, Sadwani, Lamont, Akutagawa, Anderson.
Thank you. Thank you, Jamie. I really appreciated that, the video and the presentation. And I had a question on your one-on-one. Is that, do we actually have to physically be there, or is it a one-on-one where it's kind of, so I'm trying, because all of us are from throughout all of California, and do we have to go to a specific place for that?
My apologies. And to clarify, no, it would be an online meeting.
Thank you so much, Jamie. I'm so glad we're going to have this tool for this round. It's fantastic to have this kind of public access and functionality. A quick suggestion and then a larger question. Quick suggestion in the comments, what's the mutual interest and why keep it together? I suggest you also have an open box, any other comments, because you just never know what other comments the person might have. Larger question. So in taking public testimony in open meetings in 2010, members of the public were not required to say their names or have their names recorded in any way, but they had to be physically present. Here, maps could be submitted by anybody, anywhere, not even in California necessarily. Is there any, I don't know, how to approach that? What's the risk? What are some possible ways of, I don't know, do we need any kind of control on who can submit a map?
One question about that, also tagging along, can they use a made-up name so they don't have to give their real name?
This is Mr. Wagaman, and just to chime in, and when I mentioned early on, we'd have some questions for you. Those are the types of questions where we are looking for that kind of feedback. To clarify, last time people didn't have to come to a meeting to submit. They could submit a testimony electronically, and people did. So this is kind of an extension of that. But as Ms. Clark said, one of those bullet points for us is, what information do you want asked of the user? Do you want to ask for their name, email, location? Do you want to make those required, optional? That's where commission feedback is really going to be helpful.
I believe Commissioner Kennedy was next.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Jamie, for the presentation. A couple of questions and a comment. First of all, what languages are currently available in the interface?
Currently, English is available. We're developing it in English, and then that's also one of our questions for you is, what languages do you intend to provide outreach materials to, or any materials that will be publicly available. And to the extent possible, we will mirror those languages through our tool.
Okay, on that, I go back to my discussion in previous meetings about my wish list or my objectives as far as seeing us providing language access for everything that we do, basically, and looking at the list of languages that California statewide or individual jurisdictions within California are required to provide language assistance in beyond English. So you have Spanish statewide, and then various counties within the state are required to provide election-related information in Chinese, Filipino, Vietnamese, Cambodian, Korean, and various Native American languages. I mean, this is obviously just my own position, but I continue to urge the commission to take this up as broadly as possible and ensure that we are providing as much access as possible. Second of all, I came across a link to I guess a similar tool, similar online tool, not California specific, called Representable. I haven't gone in and tried to use it, but is the system that we are going to have for our purposes as far as managing input going to be sufficiently interoperable with other systems so that, you know, somebody's not going to end up drawing something on another system and then end up having to redraw it in our system or re-input the COI description?
Certainly. So I also have seen Representable and used it a little bit. We've also looked at other COI softwares that are out there. Something that is specific about this software is that users will be able to submit their communities of interest directly to the commission. With other tools, there are sort of different routes, I guess, that users would go to be able to sort of download their COI to their own computer if they have their own computer, and then would have to email those files that they receive from that software to the commission. And so that's one of the distinguishing features is that through this tool, the communities of interest would be submitted directly to the commission and drawn on the census block level.
Right. Okay. Are you also developing, or will you be developing, an online tutorial to go along with this?
We will be developing robust online tutorials. We will be developing videos and written tools, and you know, when somebody logs on for the first time, if they're an authenticated user, or anytime that an anonymous user logs on, sort of like a screen that pops up with slides that's like, first things first, here's where you define your community. Second things first, these are the drawing tools and what they do, and sort of looking at all of the features. We will also be providing technical support. So if users are running up on questions, we'll have a phone number or potentially like a live email, or not a live email chat, but a live customer service chat option, so that users can get help immediately as they're using the tool.
Okay, great. Next is as far as the left-hand panel, and again, this is my own personal position on this. I think as far as being positioned and prepared to look at the possibility of coalition districts, I would think that it would be useful to have a box with a prompt to ask users you know, if your community of interest were, you know, wasn't big enough to constitute an entire district, whatever category of district it is, you know, which of your neighboring communities of interest would you most like to be joined with? I think that's going to be really valuable input for us in this process, and I don't want to lose the opportunity to gather that information.
Thank you for that suggestion.
Okay, and finally, I mean, I've worked on two large database system development projects. It's been a while, but I've got good familiarity with the process. I also spent 8 years of my career as basically a knowledge manager. So I would strongly suggest to the chair that a subcommittee be appointed to liaise with the group developing this, not to exclude other commissioners from interacting, you know, on the one-to-one basis that we were talking about earlier. But I really think that we need a subcommittee on this, and I would be willing to serve on that. Thank you.
Madam Chair, before you move off on to the next commissioner, just really quickly, Commissioner Kennedy, to your points. So, you know, we actually, after your discussion on language access at your previous meeting, the database actually did pull both the section 203 and section, I think it's 14201 language requirements so we would have that, knowing that might be where you go, so that they could at least see where they might be going. So I wanted to give them credit. And one thing Ms. Clark kind of glossed over, but I think is important as you look at the tool and considering what feedback you may want to give on the tool, when she talks about making sure that it gives access directly to the commission, it actually goes a little bit beyond that, in that it does look at how to make sure that information is given to you in a way that is most useful when you start actually applying that testimony. So for example, it will create a GIS electronic boundary of a potential community of interest, but it will also generate a PDF of that testimony as well. And on both of those, there's a unique identifier associated. So for those commissioners who are paper people, they'd be able to say, I'd like to see this community of interest, and here's the identifier on it. And then your consultant would then be able to bring that up in the GIS software and zoom in and do whatever else you're doing and looking at those coalitions and those kinds of issues. So they are focusing not only on that user piece, but also you as users as well.
If I can follow up, are there standardized reports that have already been conceptualized as part of this?
And Ms. Clark, you should jump in, but they are working on those. But again, that's one of those items where we would request feedback, is how do you want those to look?
Yes, thank you. That's accurate.
I messed up the order of questions, so please correct me. Sadwani, Turner, Akutagawa, Anderson, Sane, Vasquez. Lamont? You're in there somewhere? Okay. Go ahead, Sadwani.
Thank you so much. So first, thank you for the development of this tool thus far. It's really exciting. I think it's, you know, it really takes the sophisticated mapping and makes it fairly simple for regular folks to use, which I think is great. I did have just some questions. First, I think at one point we were looking at street level. Did that actually, I couldn't see closely enough. Are those actual street names that are being listed there? Do we have freeways that are identifiable?
Yes. Yes. So that's one nice thing about the base maps, is that they can pull up the street level boundaries, and it's a way for users to interact with the map in a way that is familiar when you're, you know, looking at online navigation tools, etc.
Right, perfect. I just wanted to make sure, because I think otherwise sometimes it can be hard for folks to navigate themselves and figure out exactly where to locate themselves on a map. And then other questions, are other demographic, is other demographic data available through the mapping system? So for example, can people identify geographies for racial and ethnic communities or socioeconomic status or anything of that nature? Are we pulling any of that sort of like ACS demographic data into it at all?
We have developed the tool with just the census geography for a couple reasons. One reason is that often when people are presented with data, sometimes people can fixate on the data or think that it means that their community would need to look a certain way or have a certain amount of population or, you know, et cetera. And so we haven't provided that. And of course, because a community of interest doesn't necessarily need to be backed up by other data. If the commission wishes, this is something that we could talk about with the commission or with the subcommittee if a subcommittee is formed.
Yes, I would be interested to think through that, but I can think of both pros and cons for doing it. So I certainly understand that. I was also curious about other kinds of locations, things like schools, other sorts of transit ways, train tracks, those kinds of things. I'm assuming none of those are going to be available in these maps, but can sometimes be, of interest to folks when developing communities of interest.
Those are available in the base maps.
Okay.
We also have a no imagery option that would just have census layers, and there are census layers or geography that is created and provided by the census that does include things like schools, places of worship, parks, lakes, and of course street levels, railroads, et cetera. And those could also easily be integrated into the no imagery or no base map view for the user.
Perfect, that's great. And then just a couple other things in terms of the other comments of commissioners. I very much support Commissioner Kennedy's idea in terms of language access and using those languages that are required in certain counties for election purposes. The outreach, I think, will be really crucial. And I wanted to find out if you all, I mean, obviously you are soliciting our feedback and we need to get that to you, but is there a generalized timeline in terms of the development stage of that you all are thinking about and looking at? That the state.
I'll
yeah.
Go ahead, Ms. Clark.
We are looking to finalize functionality as soon as possible so that we can start with translations. One of our questions for you is when you would plan to start actively engaging with the public to receive public input, and to the extent that we could, we would mirror again our deployment, our public-facing deployment with your timeline.
Got it. That's helpful. I would be also, just to throw out there, would be very interested to do the one-on-one session, providing feedback and learning more about how to use the tool. If a subcommittee is formed, I would be very happy and interested to serve on that as well. And then finally, in terms of the security issues that Commissioner Yee had raised, I do think that that's a real concern. And I think it puts us in that position of course, we want this to be as widely available as possible to the citizens and people of California. And yet at the same time, we live in this era in which you could imagine some sort of external actor, whether that be someone from another state or another country, coming in, creating communities of interest and amplifying it, right? We receive 500 maps kind of all amplifying this idea that there's one community of interest that we should be paying attention to, when maybe that's not entirely accurate, or that might be coming from somewhere else. I think that that's an issue on our end that we're going to have to think about and think about what's the best way to sift through the massive amounts of information that we're going to be receiving. But I just wanted to put that out there for the other commissioners to start thinking about. Thank you so much. This is great.
Commissioner Turner and then Akutagawa.
Yes, Jamie, thank you so much for the presentation, and I appreciate the comments that were already made by fellow commissioners, so I don't want to repeat up some of that. I am really anxious to know beyond the outreach, once the tool is available, and maybe that's on our end, but I'm interested in knowing when do we start to almost market the tool to ensure that it's widely known that this tool is coming. So for those that's familiar with it, that keeps up, that's great. What I love about the tool is that it is also easily accessible by people that may not know about map drawing, what have you. So I'm super stoked about that. But then it makes me think, okay, if they don't know about map drawing, et cetera, how do we ensure that people know that this is a tool that's coming, and to broadly share the benefits of them actually taking the time to go in and do it? And so I'm thinking in terms of that type of marketing and what have you. Now, in addition to that, just on a practical level, when you were showing the selection process and showing the various tools of, you know, the square, the rectangle, the lasso, et cetera, and real quickly, you also talked about something where one of the tools that allowed you, of course, to undo, but before the undo, there was a click. I was just curious, just practical, because that's how my mind works. On the lasso, if you drew out something, and if there was just one part of it that you wanted to unclick, if you draw a lasso, are you now able to unclick boxes, or you have to unclick the entire lasso and start over again?
Great question. We have an erase tool where a user could draw, as you're describing, something really large. Oopsies, I didn't mean to add this area up here, so I'm just going to grab my erase tool and click just the area that I want to be removed from the area that is selected.
Mm-hmm. Great, and yes, definitely interested in being in any sort of one-on-one or further sharing of the tool. Thank you.
I think I'm next. I think I'm going to try to give Commissioners Kennedy and Sadwani a run for their money in terms of the amount of questions that I'm going to have, because as I heard others speak, I actually came up with other questions. So Jamie, Michael, and Joel, thank you very much for your time and for this presentation. This was really interesting and just really curious about so many different things. So first off, let me just start with the test. I know, and I appreciate the offer to do one-on-ones. Does it make sense for it to be done with the whole commission together doing the test versus one-on-one, so that we're all also experiencing at the same time and sharing the the differences in our user experiences? One-on-one is fine, but I'm also thinking that we may all experience it differently, and us being able to see how others are experiencing it may be helpful in terms of thinking about, how best to suggest different solutions. So that's just one kind of question / suggestion.
That would have to be done in a noticed meeting.
Okay, then that gets to my other question then, which is around timing, because the question about timing came up. I know that I think Jamie, you also, or maybe Michael, you're the one that asked this question about you want to formalize the functionality so that you can start on the translation work. I'm seeing that there's going to be kind of like a domino effect, that the timing will affect translation, which will then affect when we can start outreach, and usability, et cetera, et cetera. And also with the formation of the subcommittee, because we would, I assume, the two commissioners would work on it, but it has to be agendized, I believe, right? So that means that the earliest we're going to be able to have this conversation is going to be mid-October. And so what's that do to your timeline? I think I'm just trying to understand some of those questions. And then also, how does this affect, this user experience kind of thing, that now it sounds like one-on-one is going to be faster and easier?
I think that could be done on any meeting under your outreach committee report.
for the subcommittee or for the, if we were to do a commission-wide user experience test?
I think you could do it as part of your outreach committee report to do it. And if
The
that's no,
test.
yes.
Okay, that's something for us to think about and for the commissioners to discuss. Okay, so my next question is around the language. I appreciate that you're keeping in mind, and I had just looked up that I think it was the 14201 requirement that the Secretary of State had put out. I also noticed that there's a document that also lists out by not only statewide, but also by county. There are multiple languages, and within even multiple languages, like for example, Chinese, there's both Cantonese, Mandarin, and also I think they had Fukienese, and then under the Filipino languages, they had both Tagalog and Ilocano. There are also additional Eastern European, like both Russian, but also Armenian. They also had a Middle Eastern language in terms of Farsi and Persian. So how many languages is feasible for this tool? Because there's a lot of languages. And I think I'm also thinking that if you think about the whole host of languages, which is fabulous, if you're going to have it, it's not going to be obviously broken down by county. It doesn't make sense. It'll be a statewide option, right? So how many languages can you allow that will ensure that, the full complement of Californians will be able to easily create and provide comments based in a way that's comfortable for them?
This is Mr. Wagman. I'll try to chime in here. I don't know that we have a fixed number of 5, 10, 3, that place. That's where I think you as a commission, quite frankly, are going to be struggling with some of those same decisions. I believe I know which report you're looking at, and the way you think about those various language requirements is they're kind of tiered out. There's some requirements that are statewide, particularly Spanish. Mm-hmm. There are some that are county-wide for some counties in the state, which cover, I think, about 7 languages statewide. And then there are languages that are required on a precinct-by-precinct basis, depending on if there are concentrations in specific precincts, which covers that much longer list. And being very conscious about not wanting to look like we're biasing the process, that's where that preliminary feedback from the commission is something we're looking for, so that to the extent practicable, you're steering that ship. We'd appreciate not being held to a higher standard than you're holding yourselves to, but that standard you want to live up to is a standard we would strive to live up to as well. Okay, I have some more questions. So my next question was around what I would call like the schools. I call them landmarks. I also remember that we had conversations or earlier presentations around certain neighborhoods that are formed in different areas. Like, so for example, like in Los Angeles, there's Little Tokyo, there's Chinatown, Koreatown, the Arts District, and all of those kind of places. Will this tool not only have like those landmarks like schools and other major buildings that people may use as kind of a framing or context for the areas that they're looking at, but will you overlay it by these kind of, I don't know, neighborhoods that, some people would agree or disagree whether or not those are the real boundaries, but it does provide a starting place? Is that something that would be included?
This is an excellent question. Thank you. So we have not yet integrated any neighborhood layers. As I'm sure you'll all recall, neighborhoods is one of the geographies that the commission could look at to keep whole when creating districts. If there are certain definitions of neighborhoods in various jurisdictions of California that you as a redistricting body agree are like, okay, this is our San Francisco neighborhoods layer that we're going to be looking at. We could integrate that into the map. And and potentially even make it a selection layer so that people can select by neighborhood. However, we haven't integrated that yet because, again, whose definition of the mission district in San Francisco are we really talking about? And the real estate has different definitions than the official city definitions, and yeah. So again, that's a question that we would look to you for guidance in terms of if you want neighborhoods to be included, what are the neighborhoods? What are the definitions of the neighborhoods?
Okay, actually, that's really interesting because I'm thinking that if you were to put that layer in and give it as an option for a layering, then somebody who, let's say, disagrees with the current definition could they then create their definition or community of interest based on that neighborhood and then put in an explanation of why they think this is really more reflective of that neighborhood?
Commissioner, go ahead, Ms. Clark.
Oh, certainly somebody could sort of highlight or select the entire area that is, let's say, again, the Mission District in San Francisco according to the layer that is presented, and then they could, add area, remove area from that selection and say, in what's the name of your community of interest? Say my community of interest is the Mission District, and this potentially could be a good place for the open. Commissioner Yee's suggestion of having an open text field that says something like, I disagree with the definition that you're working with.
And okay, great. And this gets to my next question. I know that different county and city regions have their own, some of them have their own redistricting commissions. And so is this a tool that those bodies can also use too?
So this tool is really intended for use with the statewide redistricting process. We are not going to have an option, for example, for users to submit their communities of interest directly to any other redistricting bodies. Users, and we're not going to be providing technical support for users who are looking at it from a perspective of a more local jurisdiction undergoing a redistricting. There is, however, the option, again, when users submit their communities of interest to the commission, they'll get their geographic files, they'll get their PDF, and they could very well, take that PDF and email it to their more local redistricting bodies. But this tool is not intended for that purpose, and really the intention is public access to the statewide redistricting process.
Okay, just two more things. I said I was going to compete with the others. Okay, so next question is around, are you the only vendor that's doing this, or are other vendors being considered?
So I'll chime in here. So again, under the law, a mandate is placed specifically on the legislature to ensure this access is provided. Based on knowing that there is going to be less private funding than last time. Based on the feedback from the last commission, we took the proactive step to develop this and provided that funding to the statewide database to provide this tool and to meet that mandate. That obviously wouldn't stop other private organizations from developing their own tools to do stuff, but this is to make sure that at least that minimum threshold is met. I will note on that point, though, as part of the usability testing that has been mentioned, the statewide database has been working with a lot of the same organizations your outreach committee has identified, and they've been participating in that usability testing to hopefully be able to make sure that this tool meets their needs, and to make sure that there is kind of that buy-in to the tool that this is the one that can best serve their stuff. Last point, I think it goes to both your question and Commissioner Sedwani's, and this may show a bias on the part of the legislature, but we are very conscious about not doing anything with the tool that looks like we're trying to bias the process. That's why in some ways you aren't seeing lots of extra bells and whistles here because those would involve policy choices. So for example, the ACS data that was referenced is not in this tool, will show up in the redistricting tool, where that might be more useful, not wanting to import these additional layers necessarily because those would choose basically picking winners and losers between various ways of just defining communities of interest. And finally, the tool here is designed really looking towards a value add. And where is that missing gap? So you'll obviously have access and have people submitting previously defined data-driven communities of interest. Here is the layer for the city of San Francisco, their officially defined neighborhoods. You're going to get that already. This is looking particularly to make sure that you also have access to other ways of defining communities of interest for other people to define communities of interest who may not define their community in those ways. And that's why it is more of a blank slate tool.
Great, thank you. And my last thing is, I'd like to actually propose separate subcommittees. I think that we're uncovering a number of different issues. And so I think to have one subcommittee try to grapple with all of these, I think there's a language one, there's at least a security one, and I think we can even, perhaps, I don't know if it makes sense to also have I guess it would, because that's the one that I think Commissioner Kennedy proposes, is more around the usability, the user experience version of this tool and looking at what else goes on there. So I'd like to propose at least, those three subcommittees be considered. I'm done now.
Thank you. Just a quick time check. We are 15 minutes from our required break. So once we get closer to 11, I will check in with our guest speakers if they are willing and able to stay with us until after our break when we return at 11:15. So just keep that in mind, commissioners, as you continue your lines of questions. So I have Anderson, Sinai, Vasquez, Lamont, and then Turner. No? Okay. I saw folks' hands going up multiple times. So the floor is yours, Commissioner Anderson.
Great. Thank you very much, everyone. And this is great. No, so I'm gonna go quickly because of time. Number one, okay, I have a couple of different categories of feedback that you would like from us. It includes the prompts, it includes languages, it includes security, both about how veracity of the information is also the hacking ability. So 2 items to the security. Do you want those infos from us now, or you're actually just looking for us feedback soon? And I'd kind of like a little time frame on that. And you don't have to answer these right away, but then on the information, this is particularly sort of to put up in what I'm calling the prompts. The information about the COIs, who is it, who's gathering it, that sort of information, who's submitting, what is that information? Will that be in a separate database that we can then, that's the information that we will be needing to evaluate essentially the COIs. Are they, how legitimate are they? How, do we feel like, essentially almost not really ranking them, but to evaluate that. So will that be in a separate database? And then the actually redistricting software, I'm assuming that is also going to be in, so we can incorporate that in an overlay of the information that we use. Is that correct? And then I have something about the neighborhood. So can you go ahead and start answering some of them?
Certainly. Thank you. In terms of whether the written testimony that's associated with the communities of interest would be included in a separate database, I think right now the answer is not necessarily. So again, the commission, when a user submits their input, the commission would receive, a a PDF essentially where the user can, or excuse me, where the commissioners would be able to see an image of the community. So like, okay, here's,
right,
you know, whatever community of interest.
Yeah, let me be a little more specific. I'm actually talking about the prompt information. Obviously, we'll get the picture. That's clear as a bell. The prompt info that you're actually getting us feedback on, what kind of prompts we'd really like. How will that be categorized so we can access that later to, you know, essentially say we need more categories. You know, we need more different prompts.
I understand. To sort of be like searchable almost, like
Correct.
response
Correct.
searchable. Sure. So the GIS files that will be sent to the commission will also have a field in them, so that each shape, each polygon that could be a map layer would also include a the written description that's provided by the user. And I believe that that would be very simple to put into a database that could be searchable by commissioners.
Or we could compare. And in terms of those, could we have, you know, similar how essentially Purple Air has, you know, you go to a little a spot like a community of interest, and you can click on that, and then you can incorporate that right on the visual map of some information on it. Were you thinking of doing it in software development, considering it to do it that way? You know, basically it would have, essentially, if you click on a community of interest, then you can get a pop-up next to it of, you know, a quick summary of its data. So the reason is, so we can easily compare when we're working on the maps.
So, Commissioner Anderson,
So
I think, oh, go ahead. Commissioner Anderson, I think what you're asking is, with the GIS layer, the electronic layer, is there an ability to associate whatever memo fields, basically whatever is associated with that, in that, so that your demographers, whoever they may be, would then be able to bring up that information on the screen?
Correct.
That's the kind of feedback we're looking for. We can't commit to it here, but that's certainly the kind of thing that where we're looking for commission feedback.
Great. Okay. And then, and in terms of then the neighborhoods, actually, I think that should not be a field that we give to our people, because we want that could be interpreted as, this is something that we're already drawing for you, and we're not supposed to draw the maps before we get the information from the people. That's just a particular in terms of the ruling. So if people put it in, then can we actually ultimately put things down as a, but people often refer to, you know, essentially, can we use drop-down menus in parts of this? Say for the drop-down for the language, you know, is that how you're envisioning putting in the languages, putting in different prompts that they will be getting in essentially drop-down menus?
If I understand your question correctly, then sort of at the beginning of sort of like the intro screen, start anonymously or sign in, then there will be an option with a drop-down menu that lists all of the languages that the tool is available in, and sort of from the get-go, the user can choose which language they would like to work in.
Right.
Additionally, we can add that same functionality once you're already inside the tool. So say that you started in a certain language and then want to switch languages throughout, then you could change that as you work.
Okay. Great. And now, finally, in terms of the using it and working with other people, like in terms of feedback, would this be beneficial to you at all if we actually, it might have to be middle of October, but actually created a workshop where we as a commission brought in, say, some of our community partners, like say Common Cause, who are also helping you work through, you know, the usability testing, and actually tried to work together how essentially almost doing it's a workshop, but of how we actually are trying to draw to get the community of interest and how we would interpret that. Would that be, that would give you a complete hands-on of instantly you would see, the commissioners, need this kind of information, and here's a glitch where the communication and accessibility is not working out. Would that be beneficial to you?
Commissioner Anderson, those community partners I think you referenced, as I mentioned earlier, are actually already part of the usability testing. So a lot of those groups are already been doing that exact experience that has been now offered to the commissioners.
Right, but would that help you for us to actually try and do it together?
I can only answer from my own personal experience, and Ms. Clark can then jump in. But as a tester, I did the usability testing myself. Mr. Yang has a reference he has as well. It's actually kind of helpful to do this as a one-on-one. The reason being is it avoids you falling into that groupthink scenario. Okay. And it's real easy when you're doing usability testing for like 10 people to be like, oh yeah, that makes total sense to me. Like, I totally get that. And then you lose the other 4 people. We're like, and is there a way that you could do it that maybe makes sense to 13 people? And the database has been very conscious about trying to make this as a tool as accessible to as many people as possible. So that's where that one-on-one testing makes sense, because it might cause the bell to go off when you're watching Commissioner Turner do it. Mm-hmm. But if Commissioner Turner is not going to be the one sitting there at the time, that bell might not have otherwise gone off.
Great. No, thank you. Then I would definitely do a one-on-one, and I would definitely be interested in the subcommittee. Drawing the lines is something I definitely want to do. So thank you very much for the great presentation.
Right, we are 5 minutes before break, Commissioner Sinai, and then Vasquez. But Commissioner Sinai, just letting you know, I will cut you off at 11.
I was actually going to say, why don't we take break now, and I will start after the break.
Sure.
Just because because we're part of the outreach, there's a lot in what I want to say right now, so that's why.
If I may suggest to the commission, we could schedule this for a longer period at the next meeting, since you're under a time crunch now, if there's going to be extensive input. Okay.
I can just say quickly what I was going to say then. I would hope that let's not run ahead of ourselves. This is a tool we're being given that is going to be incorporated to our public education, public civic education, outreach, and engagement. And we need to think of all those pieces. As I said, I have been thinking of a framework. We don't have a staff person to think about that. And Commissioner Vasquez and I really want to get our heads together, because we're both thinking about it separately, so that we can bring a framework to you all. So this would be one of the tools, in our conversation with Rock, we were wishing we would have this. Now we have that tool. So if you can all just let us create that framework and how that would be incorporated into that bigger picture. I would encourage us not to have the tool out there outside of our outreach and engagement and efforts, but that we work on our language, work on our campaigns and all that when we hire the right people, and this is brought into it, including how do we, create this as part of at the public libraries, at the community colleges. And I would like us also to look at government classes in high school, because those are future voters. And there's easy ways to do that in all of those. I would also hope that we would all want the one-on-one, and also we would do a training and create a presentation that we would each have, because we talked about before that we're the ambassadors out there and we will be doing public. And at first it was like, oh, what are we going to do? But this is a concrete thing that we can all go out there and we can go to the Rotaries, we can go to the Kiwanis, we can go to the League of Women Voters, we can go to the grassroots meetings, the Albondigas clubs and all that, and share this and say, here's a concrete tool, this is what we can do, so we can do, and we can even go to classrooms and walk them through it. So I don't want to throw this out there to the community. I do have very important questions around barrier I love the language you all use. Thank you so much. You guys hit all my points that it was vendor friendly. We've got a huge issue on that in the nonprofit community. Data is not vendor friendly. So I was glad that you could use it with different vendors. I was glad to hear that you were talking about low access barriers. But when I saw it, I did not see low access barriers. I saw it very academic. And so I think we've created different subcommittees, and I would say these subcommittees are under the outreach education subcommittee type thing. But I would like to hear from you all what how you're defining access barriers, and also we are looking at data. We haven't had a conversation about data, and I've been really struggling with this. We need to put a face to data, and we're still looking at data as numbers and maps only without faces. This is a tool, but even if you make it language accessible, some folks aren't literate, even in their languages. So some folks may not want to be able to type it out. I mean, can we put a video component in here where they talk video-wise? And also, we're making a huge assumption that people understand what a COI is and what a community of interest, even if we just write it out and say community of interest. There's a whole report that I had asked staff to send out to all of you that the University of Michigan did, I think, regarding how do we define communities of interest. I would like us not even to use that wording maybe, but figure out how we talk about this in a way that a mom dropping off her kids at school, at kindergarten, will understand it, or the neighborhood shop. So we still have a lot of language, how we're using it in vocabulary, I guess, access, but also thinking about how to use video.
Commissioner Smith, thank you so much. I don't know if you want to hold on to your thoughts and potentially continue after break. We are at our required break. I wanted to ask our guest speakers if they're willing to stay with us. We will return at 11:15. I'm seeing nods. Okay, so we will continue this conversation at 11:15. Welcome back from break. We will continue our discussion. Commissioner Sinai. She might not be at her computer, so we will move on and come back to her. So Commissioner Vasquez, you are next in line.
Commissioner Sinai had many of the points I did, and so did others. So my specific direct request is to ensure we're using plain language. So to Commissioner Sinai's point, I think one of the prompts is like, what is your mutual interest or something like that. So to the extent possible across all languages, to use plain, accessible language, simple. And do we have on here an explanation of, again, a plain language explanation of census blocks and what they are, an explanation for why the geographies are somewhat limited? Because I imagine, again, as a community member, I want this street, this is where I want that boundary. And so curious if we have a explanation for why.
Thank you for that question. So we don't have copy for all of the educational materials written out just yet. This is also something that we would love to work with the commission on, to have the plain language definitions in there that are really accessible and understandable to members of the community. And happy again to collaborate on that, or really to use your words to present the tool to the public.
Got it. And if I could just make a follow-up statement that I hope, probably through this subcommittee process, I think there are some pieces that we don't want to leave for sort of maybe not external, but like additional complementary materials, and that there are certain explanatory things that we think, even if you haven't been through a tutorial, if you just hear about the website, open it up, and you're drawing a map, what things does a community member need to be known or made aware of that appear on the site itself and not just exist in sort of complementary educational materials.
Yes, absolutely. So again, this is the type of feedback that we would love to hear from all of the commissioners. I do hope that commissioners all decide to take part in the one-on-one testing, and that will be really an excellent opportunity to collect that feedback from each of you.
And I just want to add, because it came up with Commissioner Sinai's comments about kind of what's the philosophy here. The philosophy here is to make sure that a tool exists and have that tool not be a barrier to participation. The other part of the philosophy that is outside of both the statewide database and the legislature's mandate is fundamentally providing a tool doesn't mean you've provided access. You can put we can put this up on a website, and it doesn't mean you're going to be able to reach everyone, because these do involve complicated criteria, complicated law. And we don't want the software to be a barrier, but there is going to need to be that outreach piece to support this. And that is really beyond what is mandated to the legislature to do. It's what's mandated for the commission to do. So we want to provide that so then you can do that work. It's part of the reason those $2 million of outreach funds were given to the commission, so you could pick those pieces. And, you know, this, as complicated as this is with the community of interest tool, it's all the more complicated when we talk about the redistricting tool, because that is a much more complicated tool, right? Because drawing districts is much harder than just drawing, here's my neighborhood. So that's why the funding levels for the database, and one of the things we're dealing with right now, is making sure that we have as much support as possible for people who do want to use that tool, and it's not just slapping software up on a website. So it is a challenge. The good news for you is that the database is somebody who really does know and have that commitment, and is a long-standing as part of their philosophy. So one thing I left out to Commissioner Kennedy's question earlier, it's actually the database that does the calculations for those 14201 language access. So they're the ones who do the language access calculations. So it's just kind of hardwired in over there. Joel and I do very little. We just take credit.
Commissioner Lamont.
Thank you for the presentation. One of the things that I've struggled with in this conversation is process. And I think in how, and I know a lot of this has to do with how our meetings are structured, and I'm inviting us as a commission to really figure out how we can stay within, of course, our requirements in the frames of our meetings, but be able to tackle these very important issues in a way that's productive. We were presented with the presentation, and you know, we were given some instruction. I think the most important thing we haven't gotten to, we've asked some questions about it, but what is going to be the process for us to be able to accomplish getting the legislature, getting the database, the information they need from us? What is the hard timeline? What are our considerations as to how this is going to get integrated into our outreach and education program, which will drive the timeline? Like, this is almost a project that needs to be managed, and it can't be managed in this format. Like, this is not the format that it can be managed in. So that's a bigger question that we don't have to solve right now, but we're going to face this again with other issues. And this is one that I think maybe we can try to come up with a process to be able to, not just with two people in a subcommittee. I mean, we got to kind of really explore what are our options. How do we tackle something like this as a commission? So I want to say that, and I think we've got to figure that out before you guys leave. Or I don't know, we got to figure that out so we know how to move forward with making sure that this gets done and on time. So for me, I guess my big question to Jamie and Michael is, what is your drop dead? I realize it's driven by us and all of that, but what is your drop dead deadline for having this ready for consumption with all testing and everything, like realistically from a development point of view? So that's one. I'll go on and also offer my, I think that we all should do the one-on-one, whoever can, so that we can have an intelligent conversation about our experience of the tool, not that what we're talking about now isn't intelligent, but we'll have actually, that'll prompt questions. I can just see if this prompted questions, I can only imagine the questions that will be prompted once we actually start working with it ourselves. But then we'll have a mechanism by which to manage those questions, to prioritize those responses, et cetera, in order to move forward. I guess the question I had about the assurance that this tool, it's been mentioned that it will integrate very comfortably with the redistricting tool, no matter what redistricting tool we choose, because we haven't identified what redistricting tool we're going to use yet. And so I just was curious about your ability to offer assurance that, you know, we're going down a pretty significant commitment path to this. And will it have any impact as we look at line drawers and their softwares? And I don't know what the various ones that are out there, but I would want assurance that this tool is going to integrate with anything we choose and we don't end up being limited. Or if there are limitations, those limitations are made known to us in the beginning as we get ready to go into that process very soon as well. And I'll stop there.
So, Commissioner Lamont, to your first point about process, that's obviously up to the commission. A suggestion you may want to consider based on the feedback, because we honestly didn't know how many of you would want to do usability testing or not. But hearing that there is great interest, one thing for you to potentially consider is we can move forward with getting those usability testings done as quickly as possible. By the time of your next meeting in October, if you can hopefully get to a place as a commission where you can determine what subcommittee or subcommittees are going to work on which parts of this, so we then have somebody to interface with. And then once all of that, everybody's had the opportunity to do their usability testing, you may want to then at that point schedule a line item just to discuss what is your kind of group feedback, which I think, I can't remember which commissioner talked about, kind of talking about it as a whole and not just as individuals. And then ultimately the timeline we are working towards is twofold. One, we want to make sure the tool is available before census data is released, so that before that your timeline happens, the public can start participating with you and start generating data. And secondarily, we do want to make sure that the tool is available absolutely no later than when you start your public input hearing process. So if you're talking about establishing a deadline, you know, as a commission, thinking through what is that rough marker you're working towards, and then we can reverse engineer what are our development timelines from that. That's not something you need to do today, but just that's the way to think it through from a process standpoint, which I appreciate as a process person myself, that's the way you're approaching this. And then finally on the GIS question, and Ms. Clark would know far more than me, there are certain standardized formats that 99% of GIS software are designed to import. So if it's in this format, almost all the software will import and cross-import. And so that's what we're fundamentally doing, is trying to make sure that it's in one of those standardized formats, so then that vendor can do that, because it was something we were very conscious about, is that it didn't look like we were a part of that conversation, because we shouldn't be.
Commissioner
Thank
Fernandez?
you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Clark, did you have additional comments yet? Commissioner Fernandez.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for Commissioner Lamont. Yeah, I was really curious about the timeline. And you might have mentioned this already, but is there also a dollar limit? I mean, because if we say we want 100 languages, but yet you're limited to financially, like how much development or how many additional functionality features can you add before you just, oh, sorry, we reached the limits. I think that would be really important for us. And then also, oh, I had another question. Oh, and thank you regarding the standardized format, because that's something that as we move forward, we want to make sure as a commission that we include that in the RFP, that they'll be able to merge or read that information. So I was actually just more curious about the funding, because that will affect the languages and whatever other features we may have.
And I guess this is probably, again, on my side more than Ms. Clark, but yes, there is a point where if the commission's requests exceed the funding available, that's why the law says this is a collaborative process. Ultimately, it's the legislature's responsibility. We want to be as responsive as we can be, but as you know, the state's finances are a little bit more fun these days. You know, that's where, to Commissioner Lamont's point, having those points of contact within the commission that aren't all 14 of you, whether it's on staff or a subcommittee level, will help us work through those points.
Yes, thank you. And it just really does bring up the fact that we need to prioritize in terms of the additional features or whatever it is that we would like to be added to this, to what you're building. So, but I mean, at some point in time, you also have to let us know what that number is, because right now it's just kind of out there. But I guess you'll have to, like you said, re-engineer it going backwards to show, okay, if you want this, this is what the cost is, and then this is what the cost is, and okay, you've already reached your limit. So I just want to make sure that we, we're mindful of that. Thank you.
And again, as I referenced earlier, one way to think about this is it's easy to fall in the trap of the tool and focus just on this one. This is just one of many things. And rather look at it in the context of everything else you are trying to do. So don't let the tool development timeline drive your process. Let when are you going to start your public input hearings drive the process. Don't let how many languages is the tool going to be available to drive the process, drive what are the languages that the commission is going to want to offer that they view as a minimal standard. Those decisions will then give us the information that we need to further develop the tool.
Commissioner Lamont?
Yeah, I want to say, Michael, like, while I hear that and respect that, and I know everyone is very much in deference to us and it's what we want, but we also don't mind, we might not like the rails you give us, and we might say we're not going to adhere to them, but I really would advise that everyone not come in with this anything and everything point of view. We get that. We know that we're empowered to make certain decisions. We know that we can say yes, no, we don't want that. But I think that helps us focus when we know that, because we could say, okay, we're going to launch our outreach campaign next Friday. Are you going to really have the tool available next Friday? Probably not, with all the languages. And so if we're going to be collaborative, we got to know really what we're working with, realistically. There are some realities about how long it takes to develop certain things. There are realities about how long change orders take. All of that. And I think having a practical sense of that process helps us. So it's not we're going to be limited by it. Like, to give us information, in my mind, should not be inferred that we're going to somehow now be limited. I won't be limited. And I know there's a lot of other people in this room that is not going to be limited. So that's not the point of it. And I do respect, I know where you guys are coming from, but I don't want that kind of a response to be a disservice to us, because we ultimately don't get the information that we need. So with that said, I'll make sure that I'll recommend in this case, and in anything that I want to know specifically, we'll make sure that we funnel that through staff or whatever communication mechanisms are in place, so that we get very specific responses to some very specific questions that we have that will inform our process.
And I think what we can commit at this point and may reassure you is, assuming we do get this individualized feedback in a timely manner, and assuming that a mechanism is put in place for feedback from the commission outside of all 14 of you, whether that's on a staff or on a subcommittee level, and we get that preliminary first cut feedback from the commission, I think we can commit to saying, okay, this is a realistic timeline and this is what we would need to meet that timeline. This is, as you know, the first time we're hearing from any of you on this issue. So it's hard to do that without at least getting this first conversation, but that's something that's a fair request for the future.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Actually, I think Commissioner Kitagawa was first.
Thank you. I just want to also piggyback on what Commissioner Lamont is saying, and Michael, I hear what you're saying. I still feel like what you just said still doesn't help us any better. And I appreciate just Commissioner Lamont just trying to be as direct and as specific about what is the deadline and what do we need to do. I think what I'm hearing him say, and I think maybe it just bears repeating, is I think if you give us something to react to in terms of a timeline, then we can then determine whether or not, hey, is that reasonable? Or we will, as has been said, we will say, no, we're going to move it up, we want to move it down a bit. At least then we can then work in that collaborative way to give you more of a reaction that is based on something that because you and your teams are doing the work. You know, I think like the example that Commissioner Lamont gave, we may be just kind of shooting in the dark and making up things that have no basis in reality. And I think we need that for you to give us something to react to first. And then we'll tell you whether or not it's something we want to work with.
Commissioner Fernandez and then Sinai.
Michael, you had mentioned, we'll do these one-on-ones and you'll get feedback from each one of us individually. And what I'm hearing is that you're going to take that information and go with it. So my only concern is potentially you'll have 14 different viewpoints. And at some point you might run to the limit of what the funding is. And maybe I'm number 14. So too bad I'm out of luck because we already have too many other wish lists or requests. So I'm just wondering how you would manage that piece of it versus us managing a priority.
Well, to be clear here, I am not a part of the usability testing. That would be a conversation between you and the developer. Ms. Clark probably can talk more about how that process works, but it isn't a checklist of, Bob said this, so we have to do that, then Jane said that, then we have to do that. It's looking at the totality of that feedback, again, not only from the commission, but from all these other groups and all these other people participating in the process. You all obviously have a unique role in that, so we want to make sure we capture that information. There are funding caps, and as a practical matter, I don't think during usability testing there's going to be a commitment to making any change during those. It's going to be data capture at that point. And then out of that usability testing and out of that feedback any further feedback we receive, that's where we can identify, this is going to be practical, this is probably not, and answer that question. It's hard to react to a hypothetical, but I think that's where we're going to. And there are going to be probably places where there's going to be requests that aren't going to happen.
Okay, well, that's good. That makes me feel better. So thank you. I appreciate that response.
Commissioner Sinai, Sadwani, and Vasquez.
I'm sorry, my brain is going a million miles per hour. I was looking at the calendar because everyone's like hard deadline. It's hard to think through the whole outreach, public education, outreach, and engagement. When I say framework, it's what you were saying, Commissioner Lamont and others. It's really a project timeline, but I like to use framework because that allows for input and engagement. But if we won't have, we need the communication staff, and then the communication staff gets all the input from us on what we want, and then they see if they need to hire more of a team and consultants and all that. The communication staff, if all works well, we would have at least the 3 players, I think, at the earliest for the October 12th meeting, at the latest for the October 20th meeting. And so just to put those in there for kind of hard deadlines for you all to be thinking. Because what I'm hearing right now is we want this tool, I'm going to use Commissioner Turner's word, is awesome. Oh no, stoked. I'm stoked too about this. And we just want to make sure right now that we have the best tool possible. And then it's up to us to create the whole campaigns and everything around it. So if we can try to get by October 20th, well, we probably would need it by October 16th at the latest, the best tool possible. So yeah, there'll still be tweaks and stuff. Our one-on-ones are how is it working and stuff and giving recommendations, but I would want us as commissioners to be just as equal as the community partners, and it's just different users and our interface with it and trying to improve the interface. And the developer hears from everybody, just like we will be hearing from the communities of interest, and then we need to sort out through all that what is something that I just want this bell and whistle, but what actually will help us to get to the end game. So I just wanted to put out there, maybe it's October 20th, that by then we've all gone through the one-on-ones, and you may not have the tool, but you would have the next rendition for us to look at and talk about. And so the subcommittees can work around on that.
Commissioner, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Michael.
Briefly, if you had an agenda for that October 20, the big things that are commission-specific feedback that are not just you as other people using it, but where it really is the commission that needs to provide that feedback, is this language question, because that does have a significant role on the timeline deployment. So being ready to say, we think we want minimally X languages. Again, not committing to those, but this is what the commission is asking for. And 2, committing to trying to be able as a commission to answer the questions of what are those prompts? What are the user prompts as far as that self-identifying information? And what are the prompts about what you want to ask them about their polygon? What is it about that community of interest? If the commission can provide that feedback, Ms. Clark, I've been a little vague, but I think you can give a little bit more specifics about the timeline we've been working towards.
Yeah, absolutely. So in our working group towards creating this tool, providing it publicly, we've been working towards a January 1st deadline for public deployment. So that includes having everything translated, having all the educational materials provided, having tutorials, etc. Mr. Wagaman is absolutely right that for some of those items, to get them finalized and publicly available, we do need to know, for example, what are the prompts that the public will be asked in terms of defining their communities, and what languages they should be what languages everything should be provided in. But yeah, January 1st has been sort of our internal drop dead deadline that we are working on right now.
Capable to deploy, not necessarily that we would, because there was that prior discussion about when you would want to actually want to.
Absolutely. And also just a note about the one-on-one user testing and collecting the commission's feedback is that, of course, if somebody said, here's a complete rewrite of everything, and like, this is what it's gonna look like now, we wouldn't be able to necessarily do that by January 1st. But we can integrate sort of like the collective consciousness, certain features into the tool. I think that as commissioners, you may also want to consider that, yes, just because there might be 14 different opinions about one aspect of the tool or 14 different feature requests, if the goal truly is to make this an accessible tool that is simple for the public to use, and when we're thinking of the public, we're thinking of people who don't have any redistricting experience at all, then realistically, we don't want to integrate everybody's idea, every single idea that everybody has. So I think that's also a way to sort of frame this when you all are deliberating together about what different features should look like or could look like as provided in this tool.
I have Commissioner Sadwani, Vasquez, Lamont, and then we will close this conversation and decide on next steps.
Thank you. This is super helpful. January 1st was the deadline I had in my mind as well, especially given census originally was going to be December 31st. Today, maybe that's changing, I think, hopefully, but January 1st makes sense to me. Just to move us forward in terms of process, I appreciate the timeline that Commissioner Sinai put forth for us. I would just recommend to my fellow commissioners that as many of us as possible do the one-on-one training. And then whoever is put on the subcommittee, I know several of us have offered to do so, that subcommittee is responsible for coordinating all of the feedback from everybody and synthesizing it so that it is not so random, right? I'm thinking that there's some common themes here, and we could put together like a very short document of what are the main things that we would like to see out of this. Of course, there will be a separate outreach component to it. I think that that's a separate conversation, and I think as we continue to talk about our future meetings and our long-term planning, the Gantt plan, everything else, that we now have more information, this can be a part of it. And I like the timeline of everyone having having all of this information synthesized by, I think it's October 20th, yeah, 20th.
Commissioner Vasquez?
My points have been addressed.
Lamont, Commissioner Lamont?
Yeah. I'd like to request that Ms. Clark provide us with the scope of work that they're currently using, as well as the timeline associated with that scope of work, so that we can have that as a part of our internal discussions. I would prefer that we not commit to any deadlines at this point. The subcommittee, that will be part of their task, is to come up with how do we back into this deadline, what are our consideration sets, etc. It wasn't that I was recommending we do the work here today. It was just how important that work is to get done, and that we as the commission have to figure out with our constraints, how do we successfully do this kind of work, not just with this project, but with future and similar ones.
The absolute last comment, Commissioner Akutagawa.
I think there was one thing that I did not hear being addressed, and that was commission-specific decisions, and that's around security. And I feel like that is something that I heard earlier in the presentation and the conversations, that's something that we need to also determine what is those kind of ways in which we can ensure the integrity of the people who are going to be submitting comment. I also want to add on that what I'm hearing is that there's going to be one committee. I still would like to recommend that we do break this up into multiple committees, just because some of these are bigger kinds of discussions, and even if we come together to discuss them, maybe it's about just sharing the documents so that we can have one larger recommendation to submit to or to share with the statewide database and Michael's team and Joel's teams. But I think that there needs to be some, perhaps more of the spreading of the work rather than having it all within one committee.
Well, again, I'll just add, just to be clear, Joel and I do very little. It is not really our team. It is Ms. Clark that's been running point on this in the statewide database, folks. We just recognize who knows what they're doing and give them money. Just to emphasize that point.
All right, so hearing all of the comments and the feedback from what I have synthesized and gathered from this conversation, the first initial step is for all of us to meet one-on-one to provide our feedback. And I think we can all, if someone does not want to meet, please make that known. But we can have staff help us out with coordinating those meetings with the appropriate party. In terms of subcommittees, so I heard the recommendations for one subcommittee, multiple subcommittees. I'm still leaning towards having one subcommittee because of the specific reason of the interaction between statewide database and the commission. I would be hesitant to appoint 2 or 3 subcommittees because that's potentially 4 or 6 people that would have to be in contact with statewide database. And 2 subcommittees could not meet with each other. That would break the rules of Bagley Keene. So from my understanding and my perspective, I think it would be cleaner for everyone if we have 2 people assigned to a subcommittee related to this particular project, and all of the information that we as a commission have is funneled through staff to those 2 individuals to synthesize and then communicate with statewide database. Do we have any feedback, recommendations, objections, feelings on that proposal? Thumbs up.
Marion's hand is up.
Just a comment that if the limit on 2 is so you don't have to have a noticed meeting. If you want to have more than 2 people, you could have a committee meeting that coincides with the regular commission meeting, so it wouldn't involve a separate notice going out. Just a thought.
Yes, Commissioner Akutagawa.
So for clarity, does that mean that then you could have more than 2 members on a committee? I'm suggesting a multiple subcommittee structure only because I think all of the things we're discussing is going to take up a lot of work and a lot of conversations. And I think it would be, since we'd be limited to just 2 people, I think there's multiple people that would be interested in these topics. And I'm just also trying to think about how do we engage.
You can have 2, more than 2, as long as it's done in a noticed meeting.
Got it. Thank you.
So I think that's what we are trying to avoid, is being able to move the process along in between notice meetings, and therefore staying within our regulations of having 2 people within a subcommittee. It would put us in the same position if we had to notice 2 subcommittees or a subcommittee consisting of 3 or more people as us meeting in an open meeting. It's the same thing, I guess, at that point, logistically speaking. In terms of the workload for that one subcommittee, sign up if you are ready to take on that workload. I'm sure other commissioners have input and feedback that we can channel through staff to provide the subcommittee for their consideration. So yes, Commissioner Fernandez. And Yi.
Yes, I do like the idea of one subcommittee, and then maybe if we can really narrow down what the initial scope would be based on the deadlines, like, you know, the one-on-one feedback, the languages, the user prompts, because those seems to be some of the key factors that Jamie and Michael need right away. But I agree with having just one subcommittee, not having a bigger committee, because then you have to notice, and then it's an open, I think, an open meeting also, which may slow us down a little bit. So I agree with the one. Thank you.
Commissioner Yi?
So a committee is limited to 2, but is there any way for, other commissioners to do research and feed it to that committee without having to skirt that role? I mean, not subcommittees, but somebody did some side research on language and fed that to the committee of 2. Is that permissible?
It should
From
be
my
funneled through staff.
understanding, it is. It would have to go through staff. So if I did research on language access, for example, I would send it to Raul or Marion, and then they would share it with the subcommittee.
And
So that
again, the
it's
reason
not-
for that is to avoid serial meetings if more commissioners interacted with each other.
So I have 3 people who expressed interest throughout the conversation to be on this subcommittee: Commissioner Kennedy, Sadwani, and Anderson. Do we have 2 folks? Yes, Akutagawa, you're also interested? Okay. So we have 4 people. Who would like to step down and who would like to step up?
It looks like Commissioner Yee is also interested.
Okay.
I'd be interested in doing the side work that could go through the staff. So like work on security, for instance.
Sure. Commissioner Kennedy did propose this idea, so I want to give him a second to speak to this.
Could you repeat?
Yes, you proposed the subcommittee idea, so would you like to serve on the subcommittee still?
I would still. I've spoken to my background, and I will also state again, this is my day job. I'm not otherwise occupied, so I'm able to put some time into this.
Commissioner Sadwani, Anderson, and Akutagawa, what are your thoughts? We need to dwindle this list of 4 folks down to 2.
I'll stand down. I'll contribute on through the staff.
Madam Chair, there has been a policy, it's not required by law, of having different subgroups on committees.
So we have Commissioner Kennedy, who is Democrat, and Commissioner Sadwani, who is also Democratic Party, and Commissioner Anderson, who is Republican Party. Yes, Commissioner Anderson.
So I know this is the the baby of several of us. I can tell on the committee this sort of aspect of it, and I know that's Commissioner Sadwani is certainly very interested. This I would approach this from the technical part. This is my bailiwick. This is drawing maps and how it all fits together. I would really like to be on the committee. I would also view it as I would be getting language information from someone else. I would be getting the outreach in terms of other people from someone else and making sure it all fits together. This is my day job, and I live in Berkeley, which is where the statewide database is. So I can go over there anytime, which is my pitch, I should say.
Commissioner Kennedy?
This is a little bit of an aside, but I wanted to go back to Marion's point. There may be something of an understanding or a sense of desirability. We've got the Fiscal Affairs Subcommittee or whatever it's called. It's 2 Republicans. So I mean, we haven't adhered strictly. We have maybe a concept that it's good to have a mix, but I don't think we're at a point where we can stand on that as solid precedent or practice.
I agree with you, Commissioner Kennedy. But we're still at 3 folks wanting to be on the subcommittee and 2 spots. I know I will provide information on the side through staff if I come across it and spend time to do that. I encourage all of my fellow commissioners to do the same. We just need 2 individuals who would be the primary points of contact for statewide database. Yes, Commissioner Sadwani.
I'm happy to stand down. I like to move forward because I think this is so important. But I will just say I have used the statewide database extensively. So to the point of it being your day job, yes, I do this also. But happy to stand down and let Commissioner.
Commissioner Sinai?
May I make a recommendation? Because we're going to have the same issue when it comes time to figure out who our line drawer is going to be and all that. There's two pieces to this. This is the kind of the community of interest, the community piece that's feeding into the line drawing tool that we're using later. So whoever is on this subcommittee cannot be on the other subcommittee. So to really think through which one of the two you want to be on and go from there. And so that might be a way to get people to really understand, are you interested in the community of interest piece, or are you interested in the actual line drawing, the other piece?
Commissioner Anderson?
Yeah. This is where I'm having a bit of trouble here. These are, I don't see these as separate. It's all the same. The outreach and gathering the communities of interest is one type of line drawing, but it is the same. We're going to be using the same type of software, and we're going to be, I mean, that's, they're talking about how it all fits together. They're all GIS, and I know I see people shaking their heads, but this is, we're building layers here of one system, and if we say, we're going to be drawing these lines, it isn't going to be like we're having someone else do this and then we approve it, and that's something maybe I'm totally misinterpreting what people are thinking, because we haven't actually talked about that. But I see that as we're going to be more intimately involved in this than people seem to be. It's like this is the part we're really intimately involved in, but not the other. And I see it, we're going to be involved in both. Now, if this is considered the community of interest, clearly I should back out and be in the line drawing. But I just don't see it that way. And this is part of where I really would like us to have, back to what Commissioner Lawns has been saying, the process and how we actually envision this going forward, which is a different conversation. But that's, if it is indeed, this is community of interest, then I should back out.
Commissioner Lamont and then Fernandez.
I would agree that this is community of interest, Commissioner Anderson, and we can debate the points that you raised, but for sake of time, this is specific to communities of interest. So there's no question on that. And it does fold in, but it's very specific. So if you're going to stand down. And
I will stand down.
All righty. Chair.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, I don't want to get to the point where we say that if you're on this committee, subcommittee, you can't be on this subcommittee. But I also think it is good that you don't have the same commissioners doing every committee, because as Commissioner Anderson just stated, she's saying she's going to be intimately involved in this piece of it. Well, wouldn't it be great if we have 2 other people that are intimately involved in the next phase, so that now we have 4 people that have been intimately involved and we're just educating ourselves more. I just want to make sure that we don't limit people, but then also as individuals, as commissioners, we allow others to also be involved. Because we're all going to be passionate about certain things, we're going to overlap, but let's be cognizant of everybody else as well wanting to be on a subcommittee. That was it, but thank you, Commissioner Sadwani and Kennedy, for taking that on.
Michael, and then Commissioner Sadwani.
It's obviously your decision how you want to get from A to B, but what we're specifically looking for right now is, again, some feedback on the language issue, some feedback on the user prompts, and then some feedback on if there are places in the actual functionality where we just got things completely wrong, knowing we're listening to a lot of different people on that usability. So however you get that piece done, whether that's part of a larger committee or a very narrowly crafted committee, I will note, and it is not necessarily for today's conversation, Again, we are developing a separate tool, which is the redistricting, the actual line drawing tool for districts and plans. And so, at some point, if there is going to be a subcommittee that is working on that, that is something we will need in the future. It just wasn't what we were bringing to you today.
Commissioner Sabwani?
Yes, I feel like we're really going off the rails here. I'm also hearing all of everyone's concerns that I'm a Democrat and Kennedy's a Democrat. Like, it's okay if I just want to put it out there. I feel like Commissioner Akutagawa has a lot of background in terms of the language piece. She was really passionate about that. I'm happy to stand. I offered before to stand down. I think it would be great to have her on there as well instead of myself, and she can do the, lead that piece around language, which I think will inform so much.
All right, I will be appointing a subcommittee to gather feedback from the commission regarding the tool that was just presented today and share that feedback to the statewide database for their further development and revision of their tool.
The subcommittees are purely advisory, so that should be a report back to the commission.
Sure. Okay.
Then they can convey the commission's decision to the database.
Sure. And Commissioner Kennedy and Commissioner Akutagawa, I appoint you two. If you have objections, please speak now or forever hold your peace. Thank you so much for your work in advance. Thank you to our speakers. We really appreciate you for taking the time out and speaking with us today. I hope you all are very excited to continue working with us. Thank you.
Wait, one question. Sorry, one question before they go. How do we get in touch to sign up for the one-on-one?
We will be going through staff for that process.
We need public comment?
Yes, we will do public comment. Thank you, speakers. Raul, would you please kindly read the instructions for public comment?
Yes, I will, Chair. The Commission will advise the viewing audience when it is time to submit public comment. The Commissioners will then allow time for those who wish to comment to dial in. To call in, first, on your phone, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. Second, when prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed using your dial pad. Third, when prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound sign. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue from which a moderator will begin unmuting callers to submit their comment. You will also hear an automatic message to press *9 to raise your hand, indicating that you wish to make a comment. When it is your turn to speak, the moderator will unmute you and you will hear an automatic message. The host would like you to talk and to press *6 to speak. You will have a few minutes to provide your comments. Now please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during the call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak, and again, please remember to turn down the live stream volume. Commissioners will take comment for every action item on the agenda. As you listen to the online video stream, the chair will call for public comments as they are now, and that is the time to call in. The process for making a comment will be the same each time. Begin by dialing the telephone number provided on the live stream feed and then following the steps I've just enumerated, and these instructions are located on the website. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We do not have anybody in the queue at this time.
Let's stand at ease for 2 minutes to allow folks to call in.
While we wait, can I ask a quick question?
Commissioner Fernandez.
While we're waiting, I know that you mentioned that staff's gonna set up our one-on-ones, but I'm just thinking, like, for me, it might be easier for me to set up my own just because my schedule is really weird and I would hate, and I know that the staff, they're just swamped right now.
I think our role was just to put you in touch with the proper person, and then you would set up the own time.
All right then. Okay, that's perfect.
And I'll reach out to Jamie to acquire that information.
Katie, do we have anyone in the queue at this time?
We do not. I did start a timer. We're at about a minute and a half. It's lunchtime. Everyone's eating.
Well, while we're waiting, just as a suggestion, maybe Jamie, maybe we could use, I could just suggest like using like a Doodle or a Calendly tool, like a web-based calendar tool. So, you know, you could give us a link and we could just pick a day and time that works for your team to just, you know, give us the one-on-one, and it might make scheduling a lot easier than a back and forth.
Thank you. Yeah, happy to set that up, and we're also, you know, of course, happy to work around your schedules.
Chair,
All right.
It's been about 2.5 minutes.
Thank you so much. Thank you to our speakers once again, and thank you for your time this morning. If you all want to stay for the rest of the meeting, feel free, but you are free to.
Hard to imagine.
Time. Bye.
Thank you.
All right. So our lunch break will be at 12:45. So between now and 12:45, I wanted to give Raul some time to discuss contracts and procurement. If we still have time remaining after that discussion and possible action, we can start the conversation about future meeting dates and future agenda items. Does that sound good for folks? All right. Raul, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try and be succinct. I have two contracts. One, interim staff, primarily to work in terms of the posting, the website. Once you've voted them in, if you do, then the additional work will be with getting that Google Drive a little bit more accessible to everybody, and then the public comment submissions and the MailChimp web blasts. As a quick note, the website that you have is pre-2012. It needs some work, as you probably noticed. It's also on a platform that not everybody is familiar with. As such, in working with the IT folks at the auditor's office, they requested that we try and find someone soon. They're very, very excellent in many, many things, but as far as the platform for the website, that's not something that they work with very much. I did find somebody. It took a while to find someone who actually works with the website platform and has some Google Docs information or knowledge. And so that's what's before you then, is bring them on an interim basis until we can actually hire some folks. I did look at and interviewed quite a few RAs. None of them had the skills as far as the specific work that we need. And the next choice then is to actually do a recruitment for your IT folks. So this is an interim.
What's the name of the company?
It's not a company, it's an individual.
What's the name of the individual?
Her name is Rihanna Fisher. And she'll be working part-time. She has a full-time job, but I was able to convince her to come and do this for us part-time. So I don't know how many of you know WordPress? Okay, so it's a pre-2012 WordPress website. So you can imagine the challenges in trying to find someone who has that type of knowledge and experience. I don't know. Anyway, so that one needs an either up or down vote.
And this is a contract, so it requires a special vote 333.
Yes.
Do I hear a motion?
Commissioner Fernandez?
Seconded?
Actually, I have a question. Oh,
sorry.
I have a question first before we vote. And this is for the one for the website, right? Raul?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I had a couple of questions. I mean, one you answered part of it because obviously based on the information. So Raul did forward it to the subcommittee, and I had a couple of questions. One of them was you mentioned that she's part-time. Yes. And my concern with that, well, she works full-time and she can fit this in part-time. My concern would be how quickly she can react, like during our meetings, and if our schedules, if our the agenda items change and we want to post something quickly, like how quickly could she get to that? Because sometimes it's, during the day, it's like, hey, can you put an announcement out there that we're going to move this agenda item to tomorrow, or we're moving something up, or maybe give people time frames of hard times in terms of this presentation is going to be on this day at this time. So I'm just wondering how quickly she could react to our request if needed. And I realize that the contract does show that if it's under 24-hour limit, that she charges a little bit more, which is okay. But I just want to know like how quickly we could expect her to respond.
So there's two considerations. We'll try and get everything together within 24 hours. All of the requests from yesterday did go up yesterday. And so those are the parameters that have been established. It stays within the requirements for Bagley-Keene, certainly. I know sometimes you want something done now, but even when we had the auditor's staff, there wasn't really a now. It was me emailing over there, them finding the time, and if they had time, that became the now. So.
Right, but could she respond, like if we wanted something posted, let's say it's the morning, we wanted something posted to inform the public regarding something that happened that will happen in the afternoon, would she be able to respond within a few hours and post that? That's my main question.
I look over at Mary because that's a funny. That's not a lot of planning to have that happen in that way, but we could certainly try. The alternative is you won't have someone. I mean, it was very difficult just finding someone who could work with that platform. So if you don't use this now, there is nobody until I find someone else.
I'm not recommending not doing it. I was just asking a question to see how quickly they could respond. Okay, that's fine. And then my other question was, is this coming out of the CRC's budget, or is it coming out of the state auditor's budget? Just so that I know budget-wise.
No, this is the commission's budget.
Okay.
Good question.
Commissioner Vasquez Kennedy Toledo.
Yeah, I guess to follow up on Commissioner Fernandez's point, if the responsiveness, which is I think a big component, not the only component, but a big component of why we're trying to bring someone internally, if this person is not able to be much more responsive than the state auditor, I'm not sure why we would spend our money to pay for something that's a service that is roughly equivalent to what we're getting right now for free. Like I'm assuming we're not paying back the auditor for time spent managing the website right now, are we?
It's all one appropriation. So when you think about, and that's really a different conversation, but it's all one pot. out of the $12 million appropriation, a certain amount of it was designated to the state auditor. Okay, so I mean it's all one pot of money. The other side of it is here. As I mentioned, the state auditor asked me, "Can you find someone who can work with this WordPress because we can't?" And so as far as getting the same amount or same quality of work, I think you're getting something better now because you actually have somebody who understands the platform. There's a lot of back-end issues, which I'm not going into in terms of the website. And so the stability of it is kind of a concern. And so that's something that she and I are already talking about. But I won't have her do anything with that unless there's an agreement to keep her. Right? I mean, let's not start the work and stop it halfway through is really the issue.
Commissioner Kennedy, Toledo, and Turner. And Yee?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering if a box could be set up on the existing page that would carry a Twitter feed and that we put any urgent or quick turnaround things out via Twitter that would go out to a Twitter list, but would also show up on a box on the page. I know that that's how Riverside County Registrar of Voters, for example, gets news out. They have a Twitter account, and the Twitter account also, the Twitter feed going out also appears in a box on their regular home page. So it occurs to me that may be a way of getting around this. If something could be set, even if it's a link to the Twitter account, that we could set up as part of the website that would immediately take somebody to a Twitter feed. Thanks.
Commissioner Toledo, Turner, Yee, Fernandez, Akutagawa.
Yes, I was, you know, the website is such an important part of our outreach. I'm just thinking that perhaps we may want to, and I'm fully supportive of this contract. I think it brings additional capacity and expertise that we may not have at the moment. But just thinking about optimizing the website to just make it a little bit more accessible and more exciting and more interesting to the community, especially as we ramp up our outreach, engagement, and education efforts, to really use it as an educational tool and maybe a little bit more just update it. I mean, I think it just needs a little bit of updating. Thank you.
A lot.
I'm just going to pause.
A lot.
I'm just going to pause before we continue. The questions right now should be specifically towards the motion that is being suggested to the floor, not actual recommendations of how we should be moving forward with edits and design and etc. We're just talking about whether we would authorize Raul to hire an intern, temporary person to work on the website at this point. Commissioner Turner, Yee, Fernandez, Akutagawa.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for that. I really like Commissioner Turner's, Kennedy's suggestion about the Twitter feed. I do think it's a great idea to have Rihanna as an interim person working on it right now. And I'm aware that there are many different types of full-time jobs that can be held, and I think that she'll be able to also serve this commission during the time as an interim. And so for me, I think it's great. We will continue to look for someone full-time, and perhaps that'll be able to serve in this role. But I'd like to make a motion, because I don't think there was a motion made. There was just a question that we do move forward with Rihanna as an interim in this role.
Second.
Is there a second?
Seconded by Sadwani.
I strongly support immediately moving forward with this hire. The website is basically static right now, and it represents us poorly. You know, for instance, right now the bios for the first 8 are up, but not the other 6. And it's basically a static site. So, and it's a mishmash of 2010, 2020, you know, so on, so on. It represents us poorly, and it really needs urgent work to even be minimally, usable. So, yes, let's go forward with this.
Fernandez, Akutagawa, and then we call roll for vote.
Yeah, I mean, I support the contract as well. I just wanted to clarify something that I believe it was in response to Commissioner Vasquez's question. And Raul, you said that it's all one pot of money, but we kind of went through this in our last meeting where it really wasn't all one pot. Some of it was designated to the state auditor and some of it was to us, and we're trying to figure out how to move money around. So again, I do think it's two separate pots, our CRC and their pot. And it was a valid question from Commissioner Vasquez in terms of if it's coming out of a pot, should we pay for it or just receive the same services we've been receiving from the state auditor for free? But there is the additional benefit of improving the website, which I completely agree needs to be revamped. So that was it. I support moving forward with this.
Commissioner Akutagawa, and then I'm sorry, it's not roll call vote, it's public comment, and then vote, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, actually, so question one is, Raul, I think you said that if we don't go with this contract, we're just not going to get the website updated. I have no problem with hiring this person, but just a question. It sounds like originally it was just this person is being hired just essentially to just keep adding on or I guess doing minimal updates. So the adding on would be like as new materials need to go up. It sounds like the state auditor's office does not want to do that. I'm not hearing that she's necessarily being hired to do a wholesale redesign of the website. She's just kind of keeping the status quo and keeping it moving until we get the whoever the permanent person is going to be to redo the whole thing. Is that correct? Because otherwise then I was going to also ask if that is not what we're talking about and it is about redesign, then wouldn't it be better to just hire somebody who can redesign the whole thing and use one of the newer platforms that allows for a prettier, more easily updated kind of website. But if it is the former, then I have no problem with it. I would say let's go forward.
If I might respond, there's two considerations really when you look at it, and I wasn't trying to be disrespectful in terms of my response about the appropriation. It is one pot, but there is a certain part of it that was designated to the auditor. That's part of our discussion actually next meeting to go into that into a lot more detail, and so I wasn't trying to just skirt that under the rug. It does bear more discussion. As far as the website, there's two considerations, and one is, as I mentioned, the state auditor staff doesn't have the experience or the knowledge to work with this old WordPress site. As such, then we need somebody to come in and do two things. One is just the day-to-day work of doing the postings, and two, to keep an eye on some of the structure behind it to maintain it as a stable website. So this is purely interim. As far as having a new website, that's really what you're looking at, is actually creating a new website, one that doesn't go back to 2012, one that's 2020, and has all the capabilities of HTML5, for example. For that, one of the things that we're waiting on is your public communications person to come in and actually work with you in creating that type of a website. This is a Band-Aid. If you want to put it that way, this is purely a Band-Aid to keep things moving forward till we can get those people in place and start that other work.
Yes, Commissioner Kutagawa.
Just out of curiosity, who created the Shape California website? That was actually very nice. And so I will say that I was a little surprised when I went from looking at that site to the We Draw the Lines website.
The difference between 2020 and 2012, exactly. So that's the work of the state auditor, but it's on a totally different platform. And it's a platform that they know and understand. Again, the problem here is you're dealing with pre-2012 WordPress and aggregations, changes, Band-Aids that have been done over the years.
But they couldn't just move everything over to that nicer site and just kind of keep it going?
Well, that's a different discussion, but no. The short answer is no.
Thank you, Raul. Would you be so kind to read the instructions for public comment before we vote?
Yes, Madam Chair. The Commission will advise the viewing audience when it is time to submit public comment. The Commissioners will then allow time for those who wish to comment to dial in. To call in, first, on your phone, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. Second, when prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed using your dial pad. 3, when prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound sign. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue from which a moderator will begin unmuting callers to submit their comment. You will also hear an automatic message to press *9 to raise your hand, indicating that you wish to comment. When it is your turn to speak, the moderator will unmute you and you will hear an automatic message. The host would like you to talk and to press *6 to speak. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak, and please turn down the live stream volume. The Commissioners will take comment for every action item on the agenda. As you listen to the online video stream, the Chair will call for public comments as they are now. This is the time to call in. The process for making a comment will be the same each time. Begin by dialing the telephone number provided on the live stream feed, and then follow the steps that I have just outlined. And these instructions are also located on the website. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We do not have anyone in the queue at this time.
Let's stand at ease for 2 minutes to allow folks time to call in on this agenda item only. Agenda item number 10.
We do have someone in the queue.
Raul has a second contract that maybe he could explain while we're waiting.
We do have someone in the queue. Would you like me, which direction would you like to go?
Go ahead and do the queue.
The public comment?
Yes, please.
Okay. If you can press *6. Would you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Hi, my name is Alejandra Ponce de Leon. It's spelled Alejandra, last name Ponce, space DE, space LEON. Can you hear me?
Yes, please state your comment.
Hi, good afternoon. Commissioners, just wanted to call and more than anything just to uplift Commissioner Sinai's recommendation on the implementation of the COI tool, of the Communities of Interest tool, to not do that before developing and planning out your outreach and engagement plan. Both of these would go hand in hand, and so it'd be important for the commissioners to take the time to think through it and then really develop the outreach and engagement plan, and then see how the tool could be implemented and integrated that supports the plan that you have. And so just wanted to uplift that to y'all and just, say that we're in agreement with Commissioner Sinai's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. We do not.
Commissioner Lamont have his hand up before we, no? Okay.
We do not have anyone else in the queue at this time.
Raul, did you have another item you wanted to discuss, or shall we vote on this particular contract first?
Are you wanting to wait for more public comment?
I just wanted to get clarification on that question.
So
You have one more item, right?
So they have a motion.
Right.
So I just need
We're
to
waiting
understand-
for public comment.
I understand. So if they have the one motion, can they aggregate onto it and vote for both, or would it have to be separate motions at
You
this time?
could do one motion to approve both.
Okay, so Madam Chair, I can go ahead with the next one then?
Sure, and we'll keep an eye out on public comment as we will take it one more time before we.
Very good. So during the last meeting, the commission requested for me to find some kind of interim assistance with the public relations folks. And so in contacting the auditor's office and the considerations that they have on hand, it was better to go ahead and find someone ourselves. And so that's what this contract is. It's an interim contract for PR services through the end of October until we have a communications director in place. The company is Ogilvy. Now, Ogilvy has been involved with California redistricting since 2009 when the Voters First Act and those individuals were putting that together. They also worked with both applicant review panels and as the first commission was taking off. They know the players, they have relationships, they understand your work. And so in reaching out to them for the services, it seemed here was a company that not only was excited about the work that you do, but knowledgeable about the players, so we wouldn't have to pay a company to actually get up to speed. And so what that contract would be in regards to is developing some press releases and working with the commission as far as not just distribution, but crafting. Should different types of inquiries come in, performing triage for that. The media clips and tracking, which I've been sending you some of those here the last few days, as far as helping with the crafting of the email blasts and that part of it. And then kind of a broader one, which is a strategic communication support, and that's providing then the guidance, input, and advice to the commission as far as some of the inquiries that I've been receiving email-wise on if I am invited to or I'm getting inquiries, what's the best way for me to handle them.
Is that the end of your report, Raul? I just want to make sure I don't cut you off.
No, yes, Madam Chair, thank you.
All right. I saw Commissioner Kutagawa and then Kennedy.
Thank you. Raul, can I just ask, was there any consideration of any other vendors, particularly minority-owned vendors? Because on something like this, I think there are a lot of fabulous minority-owned vendors that can do a lot of this work. And honestly, when I hear a name like Ogilvy, I feel like a lot of them end up outsourcing to some of the small vendors that maybe we can hire directly to do a lot of this work. And so even though it is for a short amount of time, I think that in this kind of time right now, I think there are a lot of vendors, minority-owned vendors that would appreciate even a month-long contract. So I just wanted to ask that question.
So where I focused on was time, availability, and experience, as well as cost. For this type of contract, those are the primary factors. So no, I didn't look at what other alternatives were. It wasn't really that type of a solicitation. That kind of solicitation could be done, but then you increase the time to do it. And I keep getting the emails. When are you going to get someone on board? I'm getting these types of inquiries. How should I handle them? And so expediency and experience and cost were the primary elements.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My concern, and I fully endorse Commissioner Kutagawa's interest in bringing in smaller contractors on something like this. I think maybe Raul's point about the time it would take is well taken, and we can see what we can do to engage with those firms on longer term. I'm just concerned that 31 October is not long enough. We're going to find ourselves, not having someone on board and fully up to speed to be able to take this over by the 31st of October. I'm wondering if it could be 30th November, or if there's a constraint financially or time-wise that's preventing that.
This type of contract has an upper threshold, and so they have to be under $10,000. Also, too, I would have you really strongly consider that not having your public communications director in place by the end of next month. I would be startled to hear that would be the case. You really need someone in place very soon. So as of today, you have 11 applicants plus the other, 8 or 9 applicants from previous. Out of those 19 applicants, I would hope you'd be able to find one.
Would too, but I'm thinking ahead. I'm hoping for the best, but trying to plan for the worst.
And I hear you,
and
yes.
I don't want to find us, without at some point. Is it possible to structure it so that it's a not to exceed and no early cancellation penalty, so that we could extend the date and just be careful with how we use the services in the meantime?
And that's a different type of solicitation. If in working with the subcommittee, if there's indicators that would be needed, then I would want to start that and have something in place. As far as managing the services, Commissioner Kennedy, you're really hitting the nail on the head on a lot of really critical issues with this, and so you can't have 14 individuals going to the vendor. It's going to have to be funneled either through a subcommittee or through the chair, as far as requests for services, so that we can keep track and be able then to manage the services. There's a couple of other ideas which I guess I'll be working with the subcommittee, with the communications director on this, or Madam Chair, and then I can provide those ideas to them in terms of other options in terms of working with this contract to get the best opportunity for the commission.
Chair, you're muted.
Commissioner Fernandez, Akutagawa, and then Anderson.
I'm thinking maybe what a compromise could be, only because right now we don't have someone in this area, is maybe, approve this one, but in the interim, if Raul can look out towards maybe if we do need somebody starting in November, look at other avenues such as minority-owned vendors. Try to reach out to see if there's others, obviously, that can perform this service for us. So, because I think there's a $10,000 limit, something like that, right, Raul?
Absolutely correct, Commissioner Fernandez.
Okay, so yeah.
Commissioner Akutagawa, Anderson, and Lamont.
Raul, is that $10,000 limit, is that just for the contract itself, or is that a monthly limit?
No, that's for the specific type of solicitation that was performed.
Okay. So I guess a couple recommendations. One, I think perhaps this could be something that the outreach committee that Commissioner Sinai is leading. I'm sorry, I'm going to put this on you, but I think that this is perhaps something that working together with her, I'm happy to immediately forward at least a couple different agencies that I think are more than capable of this kind of work, and I'm sure that there are others that could also do it. I think we could turn this around pretty quickly so that we won't be delayed too much. I also like what Commissioner Kennedy said about even if we do have a comms director in place by the end of October, just for the transition, so that that person's not immediately having to take this up as one of their first things. We just give them a little bit of a breathing room to just even if it's 2 weeks into November, just to say, look, we got this much time to get up to speed, but in the meantime, they're going to be handling this for you, so that it's not like something that one of the first things that you have to start working on. There's other things that I think we want our comms director to be focused on, and this just gives them that kind of breathing room. So that would be some of my recommendations.
We have 3 minutes until break. Commissioner Anderson, Lamons, and then we should probably take vote on the motion that was on the table.
Just very quickly here, isn't this under, this is an interim thing under the communications director subcommittee. So has this, I know Commissioner Taylor is not here right now, but Commissioner Vasquez, I'm assuming that you have been you and Raul have been talking about this, and does this fit into your temporary ideas before, I appreciate that everyone's putting their input in, but hasn't this already been handled in the subcommittee?
We have not talked specifically about that. We've focused much more on the deadline to get someone in the door in the communications director, and it's that timeline that was then used to create the structure of the solicitations. If I'm framing that correctly, Raul.
Yes, and I may have been wrong in this. Is that I provided the actual solicitation to the Finance Committee for pre-approval. There's so many subcommittees.
Oh, I see, and it did not go to, it didn't get the okay from the Communications Committee?
No.
Okay, because then I was expecting this information to come from them, so it's already a done deal. It's like, yep, that's the way to go, and we just vote on it.
And if I may, that's why I'm requesting, let me work with the folks who are already doing the communications director. Don't give me a third subcommittee to work on for the one project, right? I'm already working with the Finance Committee on the contract. I think it's appropriate to go to the subcommittee who's already doing the work with the communications director. So please, don't give me a third one to have to work with on the same subject. With all due respect, but that's, I'm sorry, I'm just expressing my side of the table here. Does that make sense?
I'll save my comments when we talk about it in the agenda bill. Maybe I can fold it in there. Thank you.
All right, so we had one motion on the table that was already seconded to approve the hiring of the interim individual, Rihanna, right?
Yes,
So
Rihanna Fisher, motion by.
Yes, Rihanna Fisher.
Commissioner.
Can we roll call vote on that?
Yes.
Or do we have to? Okay.
Commissioner Ahmed,
Yes.
Commissioner Kutagawa,
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Fortesciari,
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy,
Yes.
Commissioner Lamons,
Yes.
Commissioner Sadwani,
Yes.
Commissioner Sinai,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Toledo,
Yes.
Commissioner Turner,
Yes.
Commissioner Vasquez,
Yes.
Commissioner Yee.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, it's 12:45. When we return from lunch, we do have to revisit this last item that Raul has presented to us and make a decision if we're not going to vote on it today or if we are going to vote on it and move forward from that. I felt like that conversation is still open. After that, we will have some time to jump into future meeting dates and agenda items, and then jump into closed session for our continued deliberation on the hiring of the executive director. Do you have any questions about that process for the rest of the day at this point? Yes, Commissioner Yee?
Yes, I think we were actually hanging on any public comment when we went into the discussion of the PR firm, so.
Yes, Katie's pretty good at telling us, so.
Yeah, there was no one further in the queue throughout the duration.
Let's meet back at 1:45. See you all in an hour. Thank you. Welcome back from lunch. The time is 1:46 p.m. We will continue with the discussion that we left off on, which was the second contract that Raul had brought up for discussion. Do we have any last minute thoughts on that contract? Yes, Commissioner Sadwani.
Yep, on most things, I am all for moving forward because my real goal, I think for all of us, is the line drawing, the community engagement, all of those pieces. And certainly I have been one of the ones who has had multiple requests from the media and have been seeking advice, so that would be helpful in general. However, I do think on this one issue, I think it would be helpful to take Commissioner Akutagawa's advice and to seek more than one potential contractor. I just think that there's a lot of folks out there who do public relations that would slow us down. We're also looking for a communications person, so I think that I would feel comfortable. I think to me it would have been helpful to have had this put in place, by the state auditor's office in August. We obviously didn't have that, but we're in a process now to find the right solution. And I just really, really hesitate to say, well, this was the person that we had, or this is the firm that we used in 2010, so let's use it again. I just think that there's a lot out there. And if we're talking about like press releases and basic media training, I just feel like there's a lot of folks that can do it. And when we have a communications director, we can be thinking much more broadly about what we want our full communications / outreach to really be looking like.
I would just add that this is something that we as a commission asked Raul to go out and seek based off of our previous conversations. My thoughts on this is it is interim. So if we need someone to draft a press release today or on Monday, would we have that resource as we are currently, as we currently stand? That's just the question I would pose. And then question for you, Raul. Can you give us some insight into the time frame that it took you to get to this point today, just so that my fellow colleagues can also have that sense of what it would look like if we were to go out again for even an interim contractor?
The entire process, including the negotiations, was probably about 3 days, and it was completely because of the type of solicitation. And if I may, it wasn't a matter, it's really more a matter, or let me put it this way, it wasn't because they're here in 2010. It's because they've been involved with the process since 2009, and they know the players. They were involved with the process here this summer. And as far as bringing someone in who knows your different community partners and has relationships with them, that was really one of the bigger selling points, especially for having someone just as an interim who could still have a strong impact in terms of their understanding and grounding of the work of the commission and the players involved. Should you decide to not go that route, which is up to you, then we're probably looking at the next best in terms of expediency, time, and that would be doing a small business solicitation. And so, Commissioner Akutagawa, I certainly welcome you providing names of firms. It would really be helpful if they've already small business certified in the state, and then I would be able to use that type of solicitation. If they're not already small business certified, then we can't do that type of solicitation and have to go to a much lengthier process, or I go to the small business solicitation. That would probably be about 1.5 weeks to 2 weeks minimum in terms of time. Did I answer your question, Chair Ahmad?
Yes, you did. I have Commissioner Kennedy, Vasquez, and then Akutagawa, and Lamons and Yee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I haven't seen the document, so some of my questions are just based on not having seen the document. Is this an hourly rate, and when we get to $10,000, that's it? Is it a fixed retainer for the period that's $10,000 lump sum? Is there any flexibility? If it is an hourly rate, is there flexibility in the end date as long as we don't exceed the 10,000?
So it was negotiated as a flat fee for the duration. If you were to try and do this on an hourly basis, it would cost you a lot more.
Commissioner Vasquez, Akutagawa, Lamont, and then Yi.
Yeah, I was just going to say that it was my understanding from the end of the last meeting that we were going to, per Commissioner Kennedy's really strong, wise points about the state auditor needing to provide us with the staffing necessary to do the work. It seems like we went to the state auditor and probably that staff person had already been reassigned. And it doesn't sound like they were able and or willing to accommodate the request. So I think this contract is Raul's great attempt at trying to fill a need that we had identified. But it wasn't my understanding that we would be contracting with an outside firm at the end of the last meeting.
Commissioner Akutagawa, Lamont, and Yi.
For clarification, you said it would be about a week to week and a half process. That's if they're small business certified?
Yes, and that's a minimum.
Okay, and then you said that you negotiated a flat fee of 10,000. Are we, if let's say another provider were to come in and said, you know, like we could do this, I guess either for the same, it would either have to be the same or less. Is that?
No, it would have, so it would have to be a totally different and completely separate solicitation.
Okay.
Yes, you couldn't piggyback onto this.
Onto that one.
I mean,
okay.
I could use it as a basis for looking at fair and reasonable pricing, but that would be the extent of it.
So was this solicitation created just for Ogilvy?
This solicitation was created specifically to meet this need, and Ogilvy was able to meet it. It wasn't geared towards Ogilvy, it was geared towards meeting the service needs of the commission. And I'm not trying to parse words, there is a difference.
Okay, I guess I do get it, and I understand why you went to Ogilvy. I guess I'm hearing what you're saying about the solicitation meeting the need, but I guess I still stand by, you know, I think that Ogilvy is not the only player. They are a very large player, and to be frank, I don't think that they have the community connections. I think they maybe build upon what was done 10 years ago, but I think there's a lot more other resources that are out there, and I also want to correct myself by saying not only just minority businesses, but other diverse businesses as well too, that I think we need to consider, and that have equal capabilities of, I think, reaching the kind of communities that we're looking to reach. And frankly, I've seen the work of organizations like Ogilvy, and what they do is they go to the people with the contacts. They don't have them inside their own company. They're not built for that. They go to smaller players and ask them for contacts and recommendations of who they should be reaching out to. And I think that's why I'm kind of harping on this, because I frankly find it a little annoying that money is being passed through, but the people who do the actual work are not really receiving fair compensation for it. So I guess that's why I'm kind of on this thing right now. So, but thank you, Raul. I do appreciate what you're doing, and I know that you're in a hard spot.
No, just trying to meet your needs.
Oh yeah, go ahead and respond, Raul.
No, I was just, no, I'm just trying to meet your needs.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I picked up whatever was coming through those fabulous, high-quality mics. Commissioner Lamont, V, and Toledo.
Seems like we need to determine whether or not this is an immediate need, and whether the immediate need of this particular service, which sounds pretty specific and narrow, through the end of October, trumps our need for the points that Commissioner Akutagawa has raised. I don't think that they're mutually exclusive. I think that we can, if we have a need to have this kind of work done between now and the end of October, this is a very temporary interim thing. Let's let our communications director put together with all of the positions that we have about diversity and inclusion and all of that stuff to actually make sure that they make sure that that happens. That usually, unfortunately, is not an easy proposition just based on how our society has been structured. So a lot of times the kind of people that we would like to get at the table, we have to prepare the table and go through some processes in order to get them there, because for all of the reasons we all know too well, they're not on the ready that way. So I would push back against this idea that we have, I mean, Raul just pointed out two things that would be probably immediate barriers for most of the kinds of people we will want to get on board very quickly to be able to do this. I'm not saying there's no one, but the odds of that being a reality is not real on a time-sensitive situation. So if we could say, I think the first thing for us to clear up is this really a need that we have to solve between now and November 30th? Can it wait until our communications director is on board? If it can, we move on. If it's something that we need to have somebody responding to media inquiry now with press releases, et cetera, now, because we don't want to wait, then let's do this interim approach with an eye to how we want to structure our future.
Commissioner Yee and Toledo.
I'm feeling very sympathetic to all the concerns being raised, but also feeling that it is a fairly urgent need and an interim solution to a present need. So I'd like to go ahead and move that we accept the proposition for Ogilvy as an interim provider of PR services per the solicitation that Rule has negotiated.
Did you get that, Marion?
Yes.
It was motion by Yee and
Seconded by
Lamont.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, I'm supportive of moving forward with the contract, just given our conversations in the past about the urgency of having public relations capacity and trying to reach out to the auditor's office. And this is a very small contract and short period time. So I feel comfortable with doing it. And of course, sympathetic, I am very, very sympathetic to the diversity inclusion issues, and we can work on those throughout the rest of our tenure here.
Commissioner Turner?
Yes, and just to tag on, yes, ready to move, etc. I'm hoping that us being a citizens commission, that we also will not perpetuate the cycle for which we find ourselves in now, and that we even commission our communications director, just have it somewhere as a footnote, that we want to, while we're out educating about everything else, maybe have something prepared where we're also helping these other community groups, businesses, small businesses know the pathway so that they are able to be ready going forward.
Any additional comments? Commissioner Anderson?
This is very quick. I couldn't find in my notes. The communications director, what is our timeline on that, or where are we on that particular, when I think things went out, when is it due back?
I can respond. So the recruitments are posted and applications will be accepted through September 30th, the end of the month. Then my understanding is Commissioner Taylor and I will look at the applications, and similar to our executive director process, call through, present some options for interviews, and then we will have to notice and then conduct interviews for the director mid-October likely. So theoretically, like as Raul stated, hopefully end of October we will have an offer extended.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Thank you.
Commissioner Taylor?
Thank you. I just want to concur with Commissioner Vasquez.
Thank you. Seeing no additional comments, let's open the line for public comment on this particular item. Raul, would you please read the instructions one more time?
Yes, Madam Chair. The Commission will advise the viewing audience when it is time to submit public comment. The Commissioners will then allow time for those who wish to comment to dial in, which is what is occurring now. To call in, first of all, on your phone, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. Second, when prompted, please enter the meeting ID, which is provided on the live stream feed using your dial pad. Number 3, when prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound sign. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue from which a moderator will begin unmuting callers to submit their comment. You will also hear an automatic message to press star 9 to raise your hand, indicating that you wish to comment. When it is your turn to speak, the moderator will unmute you and you will hear an automatic message. The host would like you to talk and press star 6 to speak. You will have a few minutes to provide your comments. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak, and again, please remember to turn down the live stream volume. The Commissioners will take comment for every action item on the agenda. As you listen to the online video stream, the Chair will call for public comments, and that is the time to call in. The process for making a comment will be the same each time. Begin by dialing the telephone number provided on the live stream feed and following the steps as I have just indicated, and these instructions are located on the website. Madam Chair?
And we do not have anyone in the queue at this time, but I will set a timer for a couple minutes.
Yes, 2 minutes is perfect.
And Chair, it's been about 2 minutes. We still have no one in the queue at this time.
Thank you so much, Katie. Marion, can we go through with a roll call vote?
Excuse me. Commissioner Achman.
Yes.
Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fornaciari.
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Kennedy.
Pass.
Commissioner Lamons.
Yes.
Commissioner Sadwani.
Yes.
Commissioner Sinai.
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yes.
Commissioner Toledo.
Yes.
Commissioner Turner.
Yes.
Commissioner Turner.
Yes.
Commissioner
Yes.
Vasquez.
Yes.
Commissioner Yee.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, everyone. Moving on to the next agenda item. Agenda item number 11, discussion of meeting dates and future agenda items. Before we jump in to what I presume will be an interesting conversation about all the different stuff we want to cover, I would like for us to go through scheduling the dates in particular before we jump into the content. Our next meeting, which is already agendized and the agenda is publicly available, is scheduled for October 5th through the 7th. For that meeting, Commissioner Fernandez and Vasquez will be playing the chair and vice chair role. Following that meeting, we agreed on October 12th and 13th, in which Commissioner Vasquez would be the chair and Commissioner Akutagawa would be the vice chair. After that, we agreed on October 20th and 21st, in which Commissioner Akutagawa will be the chair and Commissioner Fornashari will be the vice chair. Next is October 28th and 29th, in which Commissioner Fornashari would be the chair and Commissioner Kennedy would assume the vice chair role. If we were to continue with that pattern that we had agreed upon previously of 2 days and alternating throughout the week, our next meeting after the last week of October would fall on November 5th and 6th. Am I correct on that? Yes. The meeting following would fall on November 9th and 10th. Is that correct if we are to start back up at the beginning of the week?
I would only say about that, that actually puts us at 4 days in a row.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Why don't do we have recommendations for solutions at this point if there's concerns about 4 days in a row? We can bounce back the other way, back from Friday. So it would be November 5th and 6th, and the following week we could go backwards. So November 11th and 12th.
11th is Veterans Day, if that matters.
Commissioner Turner.
Yes, my recommendation was going to be after the 20th and 29th that we're actually taking a week off the first week of November. Yeah, that's my recommendation. It's right around the election period, and I may not make those meetings anymore.
Commissioner, thank you, Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Fernandez and then Kennedy.
I was just wondering if everyone would be amenable. I get the 2 days every week, but how about a 3-day every other week and you're still getting your 6 days, but at least you're getting like a week off in between? I mean, at some point in time, it's going to have to be a weekly meeting, potentially, but I'm thinking for now, maybe try to get the same number of days, but maybe have like a week in between to kind of catch your breath and get ready for the next one. So, but either way is fine. As long as I know ahead of time, I can work around it. Thanks.
Commissioner Kennedy, Akutagawa, Sanai, and then Yi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we need the meetings scheduled. If we end up cutting them short, if we end up canceling them, so be it. But I think we need them scheduled. I think we need to keep this train rolling.
I would agree. I'm fine with 3 days every other week. We're far enough out that it's just easy to schedule these now. 3 days every week, every other week. I just want to note that besides the election week, we're also going to have to think about, do we want to meet the week of Thanksgiving? And then also looking further out, based on whatever schedule we do, we also have the week of Christmas too that we'll be running up against.
Commissioner Sanai, you were next in queue, and then followed by Yi.
Thanks, I forgot the whole order. I like the 3-day because November, we're gonna have some of our critical staff already in place and we're gonna need to do planning. And planning in 2 days is difficult, as we have learned. So we may wanna do, I understand it's the election week, the first week, but with Thanksgiving, I would suggest 3 days that week of November 1st, and then 3 days the week of November 16th with that 1 week in between as a break, and then we have the Thanksgiving week off as a break. But planning is going to be critical if we keep looking at kind of January 1st of what we want to get out.
Commissioner Yi and then Vasquez.
About the rotating chairs, I believe we had agreed the chair would serve 3 days or one meeting, whichever is longer. So we have some of these 2-day blocks. We could say 2 days instead, but that would be a change from what we had agreed on.
You're absolutely right. Thank you for catching that, Commissioner Yi. Commissioner Vasquez?
Yeah, I was just thinking in terms of planning for the holidays, I would like us to consider actually meeting before Thanksgiving, only in thinking about our staff's capacity. If we met the Monday or Tuesday, or even really Wednesday after Thanksgiving, that really means that they're going to be working over the long holiday to prep for our meeting. Whereas if we butt up right against it, they can at least, assuredly close their laptops for the Thanksgiving holiday.
Does anyone have any recommendations for specific dates starting the week of November 1st? Commissioner Anderson and then Akutagawa.
Yes, I sort of liked a little bit like Commissioner Sanai was saying. Obviously, election day, we're all going to be busy. We're all going to be working those poll booths, right? Or helping out somehow. So what about it was the November 4, 5, 6, and then actually maybe you skip the week or have two day in between, and then go 16, 17, 18, and then skip the week of Thanksgiving, and come back the week of the December, first week of December.
Commissioner Akutagawa, and then I would like us to react to the suggestion from Commissioner Anderson.
I'm going to take a hybrid of everything because I'm also cognizant. I think it was maybe it was Commissioner Fernandez that said this. There is going to be a lot of work. Maybe we just need to, or someone else said that we should just calendar the dates, and then if we don't need it, if we decide we want to take a week off, we just cancel the meeting. So my suggestion would be like what Commissioner Anderson just said. We look at 4, 5, 6. The following week, the week of the 9th, we look at maybe 2 dates, whether it's the 12th and 13th, then come back to 3 days, the week of the 16th, maybe like whether it's the 17th, 18th, or 18th, 19th, 20th. And then with what Commissioner Vasquez says, I agree with her. Maybe we meet on that Monday, Tuesday, so that's the 2-day week. And then maybe not consider meeting until maybe we do a 2-day just for the week after Thanksgiving, like maybe that Thursday, Friday, so that the staff that will have at least that few days after they come back from the Thanksgiving holiday to get ready, but won't be forced into working, over the weekend or during Thanksgiving to prepare for our meetings. And then we could always cancel, but we just get them calendared.
4, 5, 6.
Commissioner Anderson, you're not on mute.
Oh, sorry.
No, go for it.
Was I clear though? I was just thinking I might not have been clear. I was saying November 4, 5, 6, then November 11, 12, then November 16, 17, 18. And then the week of December, if we want to do a 3-day or a 2-day, a 3-day would be 2, 3, 4, or the 2-day would be 3, 4. Again, to give the staff time to put that together. We go 2, 3, 4, and then go back to a 3-day the following week. But so November, I'm proposing 4, 5, 6. Well, I go either Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 16, 17, 18. And skip the last week of Thanksgiving. Or the full Thanksgiving week off. Then December, if it's if we want to go back to 3-day, it would be Wednesday, 2, 3, 4, or 3, 4. I kind of like the 3, 2, 3, 2, because that would work well. Well, in terms of a 3-day chair, we'd have to think about if we want to do, basically each chair would essentially be doing 5 days at that point, 2 different sets of meetings. I don't know if we want to do it that way.
I wouldn't schedule meetings based off of the chair rotation. The chair rotation is something you can alter if it doesn't work after the fact, but the meeting scheduled dates should be considered separately. I'm going to bring us back. Starting November, we close off our meeting on October 29th. When is the next time we're meeting? When will I see my fabulous colleagues again? Yes, Commissioner Sinai.
I guess I would like a finger count or a whatever. I mean, a straw, just to see if people are up for every week doing 3, 2, 3, 2s, because I had heard people needed more space. Also, if we meet every week, that's a lot for staff to work in between, because we create work when we meet. And so I'm just trying to think, to me, it seems more effective to have 3, and a week in between. But I just wanted to get a feel, because once we decide if we're going to meet 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, then we can put that on the calendar. But I feel like we're having 2 different conversations.
Commissioner Sadwani, and then Vasquez, and then Fernandez.
Just in terms of what Commissioner Anderson suggested, I would just ask if we don't do Veterans Day. Schools are closed, so it makes it a little bit more difficult. And then on the 2, 3, 2, 3, we haven't done that every week yet, but I think it might be a little bit helpful for us, at least for a little while. I think what's happening is there's a 2-week break between our meetings or more, and I think things kind of get a little lost. Like, oh yeah, what did we ask Ruben? Did we ask Raul to do this? Did we not? I think that we're like losing things in that 2-week period. So I think maybe for a little while the weekly, but I could be persuaded either way. But I do see that as something that we're struggling with.
Commissioner Vasquez and Fernandez Akutagawa.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the compromise is 3-1, and the 1 is really as a touch point check-in on things that were heavily discussed and work assigned to staff during the 3-day intensives. I will say 3-2 feels like a lot, and we will hopefully by November have new staff. And do we want new staff spending their time prepping for meetings, or do we want new staff doing the work that we are trying to get off of our plates so that we can strategically plan and direct staff to do A, B, and C?
Commissioner Fernandez, and then Akutagawa.
I agree with Commissioner Sinai in terms of every other week, because it is very labor intensive, and I know Commissioner Sinai also worked on a school board for the staff to come up with the material, whatever they're going to present. So they have to kind of like stop, focus on that, and then when they have time, set up whatever they want to set up for the next meeting. If it's every single week, they're continuing to have to set an agenda, post an agenda every single week. And we're also having to decide what's going to be on that agenda every single week versus if it's every other week. I think for now, I think it's more meaningful every other week. But again, starting in January, I think those weekly meetings are probably going to be a must. So I'm thinking right now when we can, let's take advantage of it. But at some point, it's just not going to happen.
Commissioner Okutagawa, and then I would like to actually ask the staff we have what what they are thinking about this process that we're discussing.
I think looking ahead to the holidays, I will say, Commissioner Fernandez, I like what you just said. I was thinking, it's like, I really like what Commissioner Vasquez said. I really like the idea of like even a day touch point, but I hear what you're saying. And so it changed my mind. I thought, okay, yeah, let's take advantage of it while we can. I looked ahead and I was looking at the calendar. And so when we get into December, we have the week of Christmas, and then the week after that is New Year's. I think the question that I want to just ask for all of us to consider too is, are we going to also think about taking any time off during that time? Are we going to plan to meet between Christmas and New Year? Are we going to take 2 weeks off? Or are we going to try to meet prior to Christmas? I think those should also be considerations in this cadence that we're talking about, because that could also perhaps influence how we might think about how we want to meet.
Raul and Marion, I understand, and I think the commission understands it's completely up to us how we schedule our meetings, but clearly we're being very cognizant of our staff, and we want to make sure that it is something that's not overly burdensome on you two and future staff that we hire. What are your thoughts about our discussion so far?
I was just wondering about the statement from the legislative people that they wanted to get deployment by January 1st. And that's going to be at least one, maybe two very long meetings of the commission to decide. And that's going to have to be done in November probably, because you're just going to be getting your training next month. So I would just urge you to allow enough time for you to thoroughly consider what input you want to have to the COI tool.
Raul, do you have any thoughts?
A couple of things to keep in mind. One was the comment the other day about, commissioners feeling rushed with some of these processes. When you have meetings back to back, you're going to feel rushed. Chair Ahmad is a good example where for 2 meetings now, we've reached out. She's been part of the planning process and in terms of the agendas. And that means stopping, Marion and I, reaching out to Chair Ahmad, this time Chair Ahmad and Commissioner Fernandez, and having like a 2-hour discussion on the agenda. So as this goes forward, for example, we have to put out an agenda on Monday. So that's Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Vasquez. We need to meet with you to get that agenda set. It's got to happen sometime between now and Monday, because it's got to get posted Monday. And waiting till Monday afternoon won't work, And so, but I'm just relating these things because it's not just on us as staff. It's the impact then on you in terms of having to stop and make these decisions for the group if the group hasn't already had the discussion about the future agenda items. Anyway, those are my comments for you.
Thank you both for sharing your thoughts. Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes, just in terms of the COI feedback, my understanding is that needs to be, our feedback needs to go back to them before the end of October. And then just personally, and I don't know if Commissioner Ahmad wants to speak on this too, but setting the agenda for the next one for me was rushed only because I came in at the tail end of the conversation, and fortunately Commissioner Ahmad said, hey, I think we need to include her because she's going to be the chair for that meeting. And at that point in time, we were rushed, and I should have included Commissioner Vasquez, because she was the spice chair. So I just feel like because it's happening so fast, and I get it, because you're dealing with day to day, the staff is, and then it's like, oh, we've got to set the agenda that has to go out Monday. So then you're just rushed to get it out Monday instead of actually, maybe if we would have had that conversation the prior Monday, it would have been a whole week to really think about it. And part of it is just everyone getting used to the rotating schedule, but then it also is you're going back to the same staff, regardless if it's going to be Raul and Marion or whoever else. There's still going to be the same staff that are going to be the ones that have to coordinate all this. And I think for now, my personal opinion is like the every other week, 3 days, I think might be more efficient time of our use, of everyone's use.
Additional thoughts? I'm also with Commissioner Fernandez on this. Getting the agenda together was extremely rushed. And that's no fault to the staff, that's no fault to us. It's just that there are certain things that hadn't been covered yet in our meetings that we would like to have agendized. And that foresight is sometimes difficult when the meeting hasn't even occurred yet. And so, I'm looking forward to October 12th and 13th, or potentially 20th and 21st meetings. Those would have to be agendized before we even get to the meeting prior. And if something comes up in the meeting prior, it might not have been agendized, so we wouldn't be able to discuss it until 2 weeks after. So I am in favor of the 3 days every other week model. And then come January, when we're out in the field, I have read and heard that it'll just be every day in some fashion. So maybe we should take advantage of the time that we have. Other thoughts? Yes, Commissioner Anderson.
Sorry to sort of put on, but okay. If we do every other week, though, part of this is because we don't have any staff. We have 2 people. There's no way they can do work and coordinate. So as soon as we get an executive director on, then they can do let's meet and discuss the agenda while they're having staff do the work. So I think that's going to, it'll start smoothing things out as we get more people on board, which should happen in a couple of weeks now. So that puts us kind of in middle of October. So by the time November, if we have the 3 days, skip a week, 3 day, if we come up with something at the end of that 3rd day, the first one, we won't be able to talk about it until a month later, because it's too late to have it on the next meeting, which is a week after, postpone a week. And so our mechanism, we actually really have to look at those particular days to make sure that we're not like, we can't get into the very next meeting, but it's got to be in that 3rd meeting. And the way it is right now, that 3rd meeting is a month apart. So I think we need to actually physically look at the calendar and make sure that we're not shooting ourselves in the foot on our dates. So we might, yeah.
Good point. Commissioner Sinai.
I may be off, but if we do 3 days, taking into consideration, so it would be November 4th through 6th. 4th through 6th, November 16th through 18th, December 1 through December 3, December 1 through 3. And then I would propose on the week of the 14th, because I don't know people's well, if we can travel. I know life is, but I was thinking doing it earlier in the week of December versus the week of December 14th, so 14th through 16th, just because I think later that week gets really busy with kids in school and travel and all that. So that's why I wasn't matching the pattern. And then I stopped there because I didn't know what people wanted to do for the 2 weeks at the end of December. there isn't a month. I mean, there is difficult, but that's where I think our next meeting, we put in one whole, well, oh, never mind. At some point in an agenda, we can put in a half day where we are at, once we get the Gantt chart going and stuff, it's going to be a lot easier to agendize. Right now, we're building as we're flying.
Can I hear thoughts about, go ahead, Commissioner Fernandez, before I ask the question.
I was just going to say I agree with that schedule that Commissioner Sinai just suggested.
Other thoughts? Yes, Commissioner Kutagawa.
Thinking back to the meetings that we had at the end of August, beginning of September, where it was one very long agenda that spanned over essentially 8 days. And well, I guess if we go to every other week, it won't matter. But if there were, again, thinking about, even if we put a 1 day or 2 day in the weeks in between, and we created one very long agenda, would that give us flexibility if we could finish the agenda earlier? If we decide, you know what, look, we don't want to meet next week, can we finish all of these agenda items in the 3 days and then take a week off? Sometimes I feel like not looking to create more work and to create more work for us, to create more work for the staff, but I will say that there are times when I feel like, oh, we could have just used one more extra day, but we can't because it's not been the notice hasn't gone out, and I'm just kind of thinking about, does that give us some flexibility?
Commissioner Kennedy. You're on mute, Commissioner Kennedy, and then Commissioner Turner.
Question for council. If we, and this is following up on Commissioner Kutagawa's point. If we get to the end of a meeting and we have not covered everything on the agenda, and we decide to carry something over to the next meeting, if the next meeting were the following week, would we still be able to take that up?
No.
Or would we have to, no?
Because it wasn't noticed for that meeting. Remember the good parts about Bagley Keene, public transparency.
Commissioner Turner.
Yes, I was just gonna, as we are deciding on which date, I'd like for us also to consider, for those of us that are still bivocational, when we have holidays that are, like for example, the Thanksgiving holiday that comes up, that typically most are closed that Thursday, Friday. I prefer not to come back into a commission meeting on Monday. I prefer to at least have a day to get things back on track before we move. So if possible, coming out of a holiday, if we could at least have a day back in the office before we take 2 and 3 days off. So if we consider that in scheduling, that would be good.
I know we're trying to figure out what's the most efficient way to agendize, but council, correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm understanding this. Whatever we put on the agenda is something that we are able to discuss. If it's not on the agenda, we can't discuss it. But just because it's on the agenda doesn't mean we have to discuss it.
That's right. And that's the value about having an agenda that covers several days. That if you don't get to it one day, you can still take it up the next day. Although it does look like it's a long work schedule.
Commissioner Sadwani, Yee, Anderson.
Just for some clarity, when we're trying to block out all of these days, we do have a communications director and chief counsel ads that are out there. I assume that means we're going to need some of the dates that we have in October already agendized, or well, on the calendar at least, as closed session. Is that correct? And do we have a sense, or do we want to lay out to some extent some broad themes beyond? I definitely hear what Marion's saying and completely agree that flexibility of the agenda, just put everything on there. It's like the whole kitchen sink and we'll take what we want from it. But it sounds like there are also some very specific kinds of things that we're going to need to be doing. And I just want to kind of put that out there that we might want to think about some of those as we're crafting this agenda moving forward, to ensure that we can actually fit all of them into these days.
Commissioner Yee and Anderson, and then Turner.
So this is our 10th day of meeting, and which had included a lot of training. And still, I think we've done a lot, in 10 days. So we're talking about, that would be 12 days in November, December, right? 3-3-3-3. And that sounds good to me. So I just want to support Commissioner Sinai's proposal for the 6 days in November and 6 days in December.
Commissioner Anderson and then Turner.
Thank you. I've got a question in terms of if we find what the issue I'm trying to deal with right now is when we come up with something in the meeting. Wow, we need to talk about this the next time around, and without having to try to miss the meeting but go for essentially in a month. Like the first week of November, we come up with something that the way we've written it, we couldn't talk about it till the next month, first week of December. And Miriam or Raul, if we have the days, they would say it would be the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, like the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and then the next meeting is like skip a week, it would start the 18, 19, 20. As long as if we send it out on it being the agenda, if we agenda it on Wednesday, the 4th, would that still give it us time to actually create the agenda for the 18, 19, 20?
4 plus
14. 13 days, not 14.
No, that would be okay.
Aha! So then I would propose that. 2, 3, 4, 18, 19, 20.
Commissioner Turner, Fernandez, and then Kennedy.
Yes, I just wanted to say Commissioner Sinai put in the chats that I totally like. November 4th, 5th, 6th, 16th, 17th, 18th, and then December 1, 2, 3, December 14th, 15th, 16th.
May I ask that we not use the chat, as that information is not publicly available to the public?
Thank you. Yes, you should not be using that during meetings to communicate with each other.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner, for reading out that information out loud. Commissioner Fernandez and Kennedy.
Sorry, but I'm going to go back a little bit, and I can't remember who brought this up, but yes, the advertisements for our chief counsel and for our communications director is September 30th, and I'm almost wondering if our meeting for October 12th and 13th, if that should be a 3 or 4 day meeting, because potentially we're going to have closed session. We may have 1 day of interviews for our chief counsel and 1 for our communications, instead of having to wait another week to get to the other position. So I'm just going to throw that out there. And yeah, I threw it. I'm punting. So there we go.
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Anderson, I see where you're trying to go. I admire your effort, but we would get to the 20th and then be setting another agenda, and we wouldn't be able to have another meeting. We'd have 2 weeks without meeting.
Oh, sorry, it is a slippery slope.
All right. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Just have a question on what Commissioner Fernandez just mentioned. I do agree with what she's saying about adding additional time. The meeting that we have scheduled, I think it is agendized already for the 5th, 6th, 7th. Could I propose that we reduce that that meeting down to 2 days then? Do we need the 3 days for the 5th, 6th, 7th? And then add that extra day to the meeting on the week of the 12th, and so that we have the time for the interviews. And do we need to do the same for the meeting that is scheduled for October 20th and 21st?
It depends a lot on how long items take to discuss, and it's really hard to predict. As we get to know you better, we'll be better at predicting.
Commissioner Fernandez and Toledo?
Correct. And if we get done, if we only need the 5th and 6th, we don't have to continue on to Wednesday, if that makes sense, because it's already agendized. And on the agenda, it basically, is asterisk saying or upon conclusion of the business. So if we get done Tuesday, we get done Tuesday.
That's true.
Yeah. So I guess there are advantages to automatically just putting 3 days out there for everything. And that way it's kind of your safety net. But again, you don't have to use your full 3 days. And again, it's already agendized.
Commissioner Toledo?
Commissioner Fernandez had my point. That was my point. She made the point, Bob.
All right. Commissioner Anderson?
I totally agree. And the one I wanted to catch what Commissioner Sadwani was bringing up is, if we're going to be interviewing the 12-13, should we just right now extend that to actually all the way through the 15th, with it being closed meeting? Just put it out there. Doesn't mean we're actually going to use it. But
for 4 days?
If we agendize, we could do that if we're able to, but not necessarily. So that I agree with Commissioner Sadwani. I think we should go ahead and put it on.
How important do you think it is for you all to do your one-on-one training before you, first your subcommittee has to meet, and then you've got to come back and approve your suggestions to the statewide database? Do you think you can get them done in the next 2 weeks?
Yes, I think I'm seeing.
Because that would be a good use of the time if you do schedule an extra day.
Commissioners?
By October 20th. So that's a little additional time that by October 20th we would be ready to discuss it. So I just wanted to clarify that, because it sounded like we were being asked if we were going to be done by October 12th.
No, because your subcommittee needs time to review what you have conveyed to them through your staff.
We will also be conveying things directly to staff, because the one-on-one is for staff to get our input.
Right. You will be conveying it to staff, and staff will be providing it to the subcommittee. And then the subcommittee has to meet and decide what to recommend to the commission.
Yes, Commissioner Anderson.
I'm sorry, I'm a little confused about that. Where are you going with that line of thinking, Council?
Well, Commissioner Fernandez corrected me and said that statewide database wanted your suggestions by the end of October. Correct?
No, they wanted it by the 20th, I believe. No, because you were, Marion, you're already going into November.
Right.
And I said, no, it should be done by, I think, like around the 20th, 21st. And I guess I came away from that presentation that I needed to do my one-on-one before the 12th.
So I was just trying
to fit it in. I'm going to fit in before the 12th and then get my comments.
I was just trying to fit in both doing your interviews of your next two important people and what I think is important to all of you from your enthusiasm about getting back to the statewide database. And I think that both of those could take a substantial amount of time.
So I'm sorry, I'm just trying to, again, clarify here. So the idea is, if we make that meeting of the 12-13 and extend that, make it a quote, a 4-day meeting possibly, is that when you're thinking that we could be talking about essentially get a subcommittee report and be discussing it? Is that what we're talking about here, or not quite sure?
If you all could get your one-on-one before then and get your, it's after planning out what comes first and then what comes next. So you have to do your one-on-one training. You have to give your suggestions to us to give to the not finance committee. What's the new subcommittee called? Whatever it's called.
Boy.
I'm sorry. Koi tool.
Yeah.
Koi toy.
Koi software subcommittee.
Okay.
Very good.
Then they have to go through your suggestions and come up with a recommendation to the commission. I think that, from all the suggestions that just came up from your 1 hour time of doing it all together, I think you all are going to have a lot of suggestions to be making that you all have to agree upon which ones you're going to be conveying to the statewide database. And I suspect that's going to take some time.
I'm going to bring the conversation back a little bit. Our purpose for this conversation is to figure out the dates. I understand there's a lot of items that we want to place on agendas, but at the end of the day, it's the chair and the vice chair who will determine what goes on that agenda for that particular meeting. So in the very little experience that I have, there was definitely a juggling game that had to be played with a limited amount of time and all of the items that needed to be on the agenda. As you can see in this agenda for this meeting's agenda and the next, you might have noticed there are things that are missing that we talked about. It was just purely a time constraint situation. So I would advise us to really look through November and schedule our dates from November and December and work with the dates that we already have in October. And it would be a challenge for us to manage our time appropriately given the tasks that we have to get done. Commissioner Fernandez and Sinai.
I realize we have the October dates, but I really highly recommend we make that October 12th a 4-day. So do I make a motion? Can I make a motion that we go the October 12th through 13th get extended 12th through the 15th, and then we adopt what Commissioner Sinai had in terms of November 4th through the 6th, November 16th through the 18th, December 1st through the 3rd, and December 14th through the 16th. That's my motion.
Can you repeat that slowly?
Okay, sorry. So my motion would be to extend the dates of the October 12th, 13th meeting, make that the 12th through the 15th, so it is a 4-day meeting in anticipation for potential interviews, closed session. And then November 4th through the 6th, November 16th through the 18th, December 1st through the 3rd, and December 14th through the 16th.
I'm going to have to repeat that for me again. And I was wondering, are you eliminating October 20th and 21st?
No, we already have those. The only motion I'm making in terms of October is to just add 2 days to the 12th and 13th. So it would be, okay, so overall it would be, we have October 5th through 7th already agendized, October 12th through the 15th, October 20th and 21st, October 28th, 29th, November 4th through 6th, November 16th through 18th, December 1st through 3rd, December 14th through the 16th.
Is there a second?
Yeah, I second it.
Council, do we need public comment on this item before we vote, right?
No, well, you should. It's a
or
technical one, but you probably should ask for it.
Or is it possible to just agree on it, or would you all prefer to formally?
Well, you can just schedule it as the chair.
I can do that. Okay.
I like it.
Commissioner Fernandez, one more time, so everyone's on the same page.
Okay, so starting in October 5th through 7th, that's already scheduled. October 12th through the 15th, October 20th and 21st, October 28th, 29th, November 4th through the 6th, November 16th through the 18th, December 1st through the 3rd, and December 14th through the 16th.
Yes, Commissioner Akutagawa.
I think, can I just propose, and I please correct me if there's a reason why we need to have this particular meeting, but if we're going to extend the 12th through the 15th, can we skip or can we cancel the 28th and 29th?
Commissioner Fernandez.
You know what, I would suggest we keep it, and then if we don't need it, we could always not have it. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Are we all in agreement? Commissioner Yee.
Just to be complete, we are also scheduled for September 30th through October 2nd, correct? Next week?
No.
No? Okay, my bad. Sorry.
I think that was earlier on in the discussion. Yeah, but our next meeting is the 5th. All right. Unless I hear a very, very passionate objection, we know the dates that we will be meeting with each other through the rest of this calendar year. I'd just like to ask if someone, Raul or someone else, I saw Commissioner Sadwani, maybe someone has it documented that we can make sure that it's in everyone's inbox, if that's appropriate, so that we have it in writing. And thank you, Raul. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right. Moving forward with, I'm going to have to ask.
One quick thing.
Yes.
The way it works right now, turning that, it will work that in terms of our rotating chair with the 3-day requirement that we already put in, it will work that the 5, 6, 7 is one set, the 12 through 15 is the second set, and then the next 2 meetings are the third set. And then it goes back to the 3 days, it's like that. So that would actually work. So I'm just, way to go.
All right. Commissioner Turner?
I don't know if we need to know this or not, but when we were in the midst of our discussions for hiring, it got a little bit kind of dicey as far as our need to have a super vote. So I just want to name up front the week of the 12th, 13th, 14th, I am not here that week. And I don't know if that's a hiring week or not, I think based on the discussion. So I just wanted to name that.
Thank you for sharing that. It's 2:55, our next break isn't until 3:15, required break. I'm hoping that we can use this time, hopefully less time than 3:15, or we end earlier than 3:15 with the open meeting portion, to really give ideas, just broad ideas for Commissioners Fernandez and, Commissioners Vasquez and Akutagawa for agenda items for their meeting of 12th through the 15th, as you all will have to put that agenda together by Monday. Before we get to Commissioners Council, I really want to make sure that we all are on the same page and I have a clear understanding of this as well. Are we permitted to send our ideas for that agenda to Commissioners Vasquez and Akutagawa via email through the two of you?
It's better if you do it to staff and have staff distribute it to them.
Okay. So send it to staff if there's ideas. Again, it's going to be Vasquez and Akutagawa who make the final call on those agenda items. Commissioner Fernandez, Anderson, Vasquez, and Satwani, Toledo.
I just looking ahead, I think a bulk of it's going to be the interviews, hopefully, hopefully for the chief counsel and also the communications director. So that might be 2, maybe 3 days if we have, and that would be closed session because we're talking about questions and all that stuff. And that's all I got right now.
Commissioner Anderson.
This is a process question, and it's sort of for basic counsel. And in terms of what we had said before about submitting ideas to the subcommittee, that it would be okay to, like, if say I want to submit it to the next subcommittee, I would send that to the 2 people on the subcommittee and staff all at once. Is that still correct? Because we sort of mentioned it that way before.
If it's just an agenda item, or what type of a matter? If it's something that's going to engender a discussion back and forth, then it should go through staff.
Yeah, no, this either way, it's like when we're submitting ideas to the subcommittee, such as for our one-on-one comments that we want to submit then to the whatever the name of the COI tool subcommittee. We would just submit that to the subcommittee and staff at the same time. Is that, and it's the same idea with, is that consistent?
No, for those, anything that's substantive should come to the staff to go to the subcommittees. And the reason for that is to avoid any possibility of a serial meeting. If the subcommittee gets 3 of the same, or not 3, but 4 or 5 of the same suggestions from different people and then decides to do that, they would be acting in concert with those people. So it's like, it's a different type of a serial meeting. It's like a hub going out, like the bicycle wheel spokes, but that would still be a serial meeting.
Is that because even though it's totally coincidental?
Well, it would be coincidental for you to send it to them, but they would be making a decision based on the input from all of you.
Okay, aren't they going to do that anyway? I'm confused.
We could monitor that.
But you're not, okay, again, I'm just trying to make us all be consistent about what we're doing. And I'm not clear on.
Well, to be consistent, send everything to staff is the easiest.
All right. Okay.
If it's purely a matter of scheduling or agenda or something like that, there's probably no problem because we could talk about what to put on the agenda outside of the meeting, and that wouldn't be a problem, or what time we're going to start the meeting, or things like that. You just can't do any substantive discussions. And I know that's a hard line to.
Okay, again, I'm just trying to be consistent here because we are supposed to submit ideas to different subcommittees, and not that we ever hear back from them at all.
But they will be making a decision based on what you've sent to them.
Okay. So, but we won't know that they made a decision.
You will when they make the recommendation to the commission to accept it.
Okay, but we would know that even if we send it to you.
If we get the same suggestion from a whole bunch of commissioners, we would probably send one memo to them saying you have 4 commissioners that have recommended this.
Ooh, okay. Can I speak up about that as a subcommittee chair? I don't want that being filtered because then I'm not getting the full information, and that's how I feel. I mean, now again, I'm just trying to establish the process so we're all consistent. And other people might not think that way, but
if you want full information and a full discussion, then that all has to be done in an open meeting.
No. I just want to know who is suggesting, because in terms of or where the ideas are coming from. Does that make sense? I know they'll all go to you, but then I don't expect you to filter it.
I didn't mean filter as in cut them out. I mean filter as to combine them. And probably not to specify who they're from until it's during the commission when you're discussing it. You can't have one person making or you can't have the subcommittee making a decision based on input from 7 other people on the same topic, because that would be a serial meeting. I'm sorry if I'm not explaining it very well.
We will come back to this. End of the day, Bagley Teen applies to us 14. It does not apply to council, which is why that's, from my understanding, that's a
Does not apply to, I'm sorry, who?
Council.
Oh, right. Yes.
So that's why it's the safest route to just funnel everything. I know it seems really burdensome on staff and council to forwarding emails and whatnot, but Commissioner Vasquez, Sadwani, Toledo, and Akutagawa.
All right, so this may be discussion. I'm hoping it's not, but just with the way that the schedule shook out, which I am fine with, I just don't think health-wise I'm going to have the bandwidth to chair and lead communications director hiring on the 12th through the 15th. And so I'm looking to just have my chairship for this rotation skipped, and I will resume back at a later date when I'm back up, if that is okay with the rest of the commission.
Thank you for letting us know, Commissioner Vasquez. According to the cycle that we have determined, then Commissioner Akutagawa, who is serving as your vice chair, would fill in that role and we would move forward that way.
And who would be her vice chair?
Commissioner Fornachari.
What Raul said. Commissioner Sadwani, Toledo, Akutagawa, Fernandez.
Yeah, so I wanted to, we're talking still about ideas for agenda, right? Is that okay? I just want to make sure we're still there. Okay. I do want to talk about that. In terms of the piece Commissioner Anderson brought up, that's kind of blowing my mind also. I mean, it kind of sounds like we should be using like the Pony Express or something to get information passed along. And to me, it would, like, can we not use a Google Doc? And anyway, that's a side discussion. Well, we don't have side discussions, but maybe for one day in the future. But before we think about additional agenda items for the future, I just wanted to, we never discussed the agenda that has been put out for October 5th. And so I just wanted to get a little clarity for that agenda of who's doing what. And so it certainly says, like, just item 11, I have it in front of me, discussion and potential action, strategies for outreach, strategies for public input at meetings. I'm assuming that means that Commissioner Sinai and Commissioner Vasquez, who are heading that communication outreach committee, are leading those items. Is that correct? And I just wanted some clarity of what to expect, because that'll help me have a better sense of how to answer the question of what we want for the future.
Can I add some clarity to that? Because I feel like I've been in the middle of this mix. So since we decided that chairship begins at the end of the meeting for next time, right? So after we close today, I will carry on the chairship until the beginning of the October 5th meeting, right?
Yes.
Right? Okay. So since that happened, I did not assume the chair role until the beginning of this meeting. So I was serving as vice chair. There were some technical issues that happened in this agenda formation, but I was asked, because of my role as incoming chair for this meeting, to help with the agenda for October 5th. But I am not in any leadership role for that agenda, which is why I asked council and got the approval from council to pull in Commissioner Fernandez, who would be then chairing that meeting. Commissioner Fernandez, I don't know if you want to add.
And that's what I was talking about earlier, is so I came in like in the middle of the conversation. I didn't get the agenda until actually I came in, I really didn't review the agenda until they were already in the meeting. They were already having a meeting discussing it. And that's what made it challenging, and what I was talking about earlier in terms of when we have these meetings that come, it's the lack of planning, I think, on all of our parts, where at that point in time, I should have brought in Commissioner Vasquez, just because she's going to be my vice chair, right? And so it was one of those, well, we need to do it now and it needs to go. And so unfortunately, we had to get it posted, and it was after the fact I went back and actually posed some questions to Raul and said, hey, now that I really got a chance to look at it, here are some of the issues, but by that point, it's already been posted and we can't make changes to it. So I'm just hoping that we'll be more proactive about it. And maybe us is knowing that the next agenda is due, then maybe the chair for that meeting might be more proactive than I was, because I wasn't even thinking, oh my gosh, it's 2 weeks out, right? Yeah, so I'm going to apologize for that. I was kind of at the end of it, and we're going to learn. We're going to learn.
I think we're all learning. I just want to have a sense of what we're going to do the next time we meet.
You can't have Commissioner Fernandez, I apologize for that too, because I was in the mind space that I'm not chairing October 5th. So am I responsible for that? I think it has something to do with how we decided that chairships would end and begin, which made me reflect back to Raul's recommendation that at the close of the meeting is when the next chairship should begin, so that they can work through in between meetings to advise the future. Whereas now I'm serving in this role until October 5th. I have no problem doing that, but come October 5th, I step back and a slew of other people would need to step forward, but I would be the one making some decisions in the interim. I think council had something really timely to mention, and then Commissioner Toledo, Akutagawa, and Fernandez.
I was just going to bring up the rule of three problem, that you can't have the current chair, the vice chair, and the incoming vice chair all deciding the agenda together.
Thank you, council. Commissioner Toledo, Akutagawa, Fernandez, and Yi.
Just in terms of future agenda items, I watched the Michigan redistricting orientation for a little bit, and one of the things that they expressed they really appreciated about their orientation was that they did have an opportunity to listen to commissioners. It's their first time, so this was a little bit different than ours. The commissioners from California, so they had two commissioners from California, from Arizona, come and just present about their process, what happened, and they found it very useful. And I know this has come up a couple times, and we may want to consider maybe as part of the outreach or as part of one of the other subcommittees to include a portion of that and agendize it as an item.
Commissioner Akutagawa, Fernandez, and Yi, and then Sanai.
So two things. One is around this conversation around the agenda. I think maybe just for all of our clarity, like the schedule that was put out in terms of who was going to be the chair, vice chair, would it be helpful for, as part of that schedule, that we add on when that chair is going to take over and what meeting that chair should be planning to think about in terms of the agenda, so that they know they could be thinking about it ahead of time, like, okay, I need to be planning for this one. That means I'll need to take over at this time and be working with staff on planning out the agenda. I think I'm just kind of trying to think of ways to make it as efficient and as easy, so that then, like what Commissioner Fernandez was describing, I know I don't want to be put into that position. At the same time, I am also mindful of what council has just said, and that was my thought, is that I think if we have all three, then it's going to run into some of the Bagley-Keene kind of open meeting kind of issues. I also want to address what Commissioner Anderson was asking about. My understanding from what council said about why things need to flow through her, and about the input about her also indicating this is at least just aggregating all of the similar type of comments, is that should a subcommittee make a decision, it can't be based on a small minority of the commission. It has to be part of what I understand is the whole open meetings and transparency, and that if somebody's going to make a recommendation, it's got to be known that this is what was recommended by, a specific commissioner. And then if the commission chooses to act on that, then at least it's open. But if it's just a note, an email that is directed via council, and the subcommittee makes a decision based on just say one commissioner, and the rest of us don't know that that's what it was based on, then that I think violates the transparency kind of ethos that I think we're all trying to maintain. At least that's how I'm hearing it. So, council, please correct me if I'm wrong on that.
I think that's right. The problem is if the subcommittee gets input from a number of other commissioners that reaches a quorum, so your total reaches your quorum, that would be a violation.
Commissioner Fernandez, Yee, Sinai, and we are very close to break at 3:15.
I don't think I had anything.
Perfect. Commissioner Yee?
Yes, just want to echo Commissioner Toledo, wanting to have former commissioners speak to us. It sounds like Michigan's got more of them than we have. So would love to see, let's say 3 pairs come in at some point, one from two different party affiliations at a time, and make that a goal.
Commissioner Sinai?
So I apologize for my comments the very first day. I did not see the number 11 on the agenda. I'm guessing that that's me. You would like me to get the speakers. And on the agenda, it says Irving Foundation. It's Irvine, like the city of Irvine. But I have many ideas, but one is to bring a former commissioner and a consultant. I mean, I just wanted to check in that was me, I guess, because Commissioner Sadwani kind of. So first, my apologies. Second, it's me, right? And then who do I tell who do we tell? Sorry, Commissioner Vasquez, who do we tell when we have the speaker?
I believe that would be Raul.
Actually,
right?
Commissioner Fernandez will be the chair. And so who pick and communication, I think that would be her discussion.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Again, I came in at the tail end of this. This was already on the agenda, and I had assumed, bad assumption, that we already had someone in line for number 11, and if we don't, then I guess we're not going to have anyone. So again, we're still trying to figure this out, and
there's plenty of time to schedule somebody.
Yes.
No, we can get someone. The question is, would you like some? I hear what you're saying, Raul, is even though I'm doing outreach and stuff, it has to come from you. You have to decide. So I can give you recommendations on who to invite for 11.
Well, so actually, I already provided a list of all the grantees from 2010.
Well, that wasn't the original idea.
Actually, if you go back to the minutes for that meeting, that was the original idea, which is where it came from. Now, that being said, you can change it. We could probably, I don't know, I'd have to get with Marion on how, the extent to which we could modify the agenda, but that is where the idea came from.
Okay, so it sounds like I'm the one that needs to take the lead on it, and I will work with Commissioner Sinai. How's that? In terms of who? Can we do that? Mm-hmm. I think we can figure it out. And yes, okay, thank you.
Yes.
We are over for our break time by 1 minute. We return at 3:30. I would ask that we spend no more than 15 minutes on the remainder of this conversation, as we still have to go into closed session. So I know nobody wants to work through break, but if you still have thoughts and questions, I highly recommend that you find a very succinct way to deliver that in the next 15 minutes after break, because then we will jump into closed session. Thank you. See you in 15 minutes at 3:30. All right, welcome back from break. As stated, we have 15 minutes left in this conversation about recommendations to the chair and vice chair for the October 12th through 15th meeting. So commissioners, T-minus 15 minutes. Yes, Commissioner Yee and then Anderson.
I'm realizing my suggestion that I might not have been clear. I was thinking of one pair of former commissioners visit us maybe once, one meeting once, a meeting a couple weeks from then, and so on and so forth. Not 6 at a time.
Commissioner Anderson and then Sinai.
I would like us to think about adding at some point, basically either I'll call it a workshop or essentially simulation, working with a map, a map and the voter rights. Just sort of get kind of an idea to get us thinking that way. I know we'll have to we won't do that, like that's not gonna be right away, but it will help us, as that's something we need to look at in terms of using the 2019 American Community Survey data, just to give us an idea of what we're going to be looking with or working with to get us geared up in that right direction.
Commissioner Sadwani and then Akutagawa.
In the same vein as Commissioner Anderson, I think that's right. We also had this wonderful list that community partners put together and submitted through public comment. So it doesn't have to be for that meeting, the 12th or the 15th, but as we're setting agendas moving forward, scheduling in presentations from some of those folks, I think would be extraordinarily helpful. I think one of them in particular, I believe she's called a few times from the Dolores Huerta Foundation, is a demographer who does this kind of work, and works in GIS. So I think that would be a really helpful, those would be very helpful kinds of presentations. And I would only encourage to my fellow commissioners that we time limit them. So there's a very specific amount of time that they can present, and that there's a specific amount of time that we're going to ask questions, just so we can keep things moving.
Commissioner Akutagawa and Cornishari, and then Sinai.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. That was going to be part of my question, because I know that is something that we've discussed about having some of the, I think, community partners. And I believe that what we're talking about also addresses one of the public comments that we had today about bringing in the previous commissioners as well, too. And so I'm glad to hear that. So thank you.
Commissioner Cornishari and Sinai.
Commissioner Sinai was way before me, so I'll yield to her.
It's okay. I just wanted to say, I thought you had told us to email ideas for the agenda for the 12th and 15th. So I did that, but just so that it's public, I emailed it to staff. But I would like us to have a significant, if not even a full day, where we do talk about civic, public education, outreach, and engagement, and we get a lot of the players you're all bringing up in to talk about different pieces of it. We may not need a full day, but what I put is discuss a framework. Commissioner Vasquez and I are looking to create a framework so we can all have something we're talking to, because right now we're just kind of throwing words and stuff, but just to kind of organize all our thoughts. And within that framework, different partners are critical and key to helping us understand our thinking. So we have, as a subcommittee, been talking to some of the partners and others just to help us think through that, how to create a framework and bring it to you all for us to build it.
Commissioner Sadwani.
That's so critical. We keep talking about the need to make an outreach plan and to think about what all of that's going to look like. So I very much support what Commissioner Sinai just mentioned. I feel like we have that piece on the agenda for next time. I just really feel like that the outreach subcommittee should be leading that section, and then provide a recommendation if it's the October 20th meeting or the October 28th meeting, that we can do that full day and have as a goal to really develop that outreach plan and what that's going to look like, because we're also going to need dates and start thinking about, like, when are we getting out there and actually beginning to hear from communities? And I think that we need to get moving on that.
Commissioner Fornashari Akutagawa.
Yeah, I'd like to ask that we take a little time to talk about meeting ground rules and meeting processes. I'm hoping that especially that someone has some ideas on how we can effectively manage discussion in a way that allows everyone to be heard, but kind of prevents us from getting, just going around and around in a circle. So that's what I'd like to see.
Commissioner Akutagawa.
I just wanted to ask a question in terms of what Commissioner Sadwani said, which builds upon Commissioner Sinai. Do we need to be thinking also about dates in November and December for community meetings, or is that something that we need to, I guess, agendize?
Well, you'll want to agendize them to get public input. Putting something on the agenda and having a notice meeting is the primary way of reaching people. You don't necessarily have to have a quorum there if you don't want to. You can, less than a quorum can meet as a committee of the whole to receive information, but it should be a notice meeting.
Okay, and that's why I asked, because I think what Commissioner Sadwani said got me thinking that if we come up with a plan and we want to get out sooner rather than later, and that, let's say that sooner rather than later is sometime in November and December, are the dates that we have sufficient for that? Did we adequately plan for potential meetings outside of our own commission business for these other outreach meetings as well too?
I don't think those included outreach meetings. You would need to add those.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking that question. And I think something that I want to put out there for all of us to be thinking about and perhaps discuss.
Commissioner Sinai.
If the koi toy isn't ready until January 1st, I would recommend we don't go out. I mean, we have some time right now, and I'd rather we do it well. Yeah, we need to think through the whole public education and outreach and make sure we get the right folks to create the collateral material, the website be accurate. So I think saying January is good enough. I would rather we kind of slow down and do it right versus we rush and then we have to backtrack.
Commissioner Fornashari.
Well, I want to thank Raul for the email. Now I realize I'm vice chair for the meeting on the 12th and Commissioner Akutagawa is the chair. And we've got to figure this out by Monday. So, okay. Thanks for your input.
Any additional thoughts regarding the agenda items for October 12th through 15th meeting that need to be agendized by Monday? All right. Commissioner Sadwani, I saw you unmute. Okay, Sadwani and then Anderson.
Commissioner Fornashari had the great idea of coming up with a process for managing the meetings. Sounds like you're going to get to come up with that process.
Commissioner Anderson.
Sorry, that threw me. I have also had, because I had the voting rights thing, the process, which Commissioner Fornashari is handling, and I also have hiring. Is that also already incorporated in the, if it isn't, I mean, that is indeed on the 12th through the 14th, 15th, is that correct? Or is that already, is that kind of in, it's including in updates and then the rest of it sort of in the 14th, 15th?
Right, the discussion has been to make sure and have a pocket there for a closed session.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Sorry, I had to take care of a phone call, so I missed the first part of it, and I just wanted to make sure if we're setting the agenda, I mentioned it prior prior, that I think we should always have a section in there for closed, just in case we need to. And I'm not sure if you talked about that, so I apologize if I'm being redundant. But I just think it's good practice because we never know.
Well, you need to put in what the topic of the closed session is too. So it could, personnel matters is pretty vague. If you have something, if you had like hiring decisions or something like that, it would be helpful.
Hold on, let me see what, oops, I don't have this.
Right, that was why I said hiring.
Commissioner Fornashari?
Okay, so I just want to be absolutely clear for everybody here. My understanding was we are going to be planning on interviewing for both of our job postings during those 4 days. And so we have to have time for, reviewing the questions ahead of time. And then, I guess depending on how many candidates we're going to have, that could take pretty much the whole 4 days. But that's going to kind of be the focus of that meeting, and we'll add the other items as we can. Is that
the subcommittees would go through the applications ahead of time and
right.
make a recommendation of who they think you should consider.
Right, but I was kind of thinking the expectation that was going to happen
ahead of time. They may recommend that you not hire anybody from that group. Let's hope not.
Okay, so let's look at the schedule here. I mean, those are all due the 30th of this month. And, well, so I guess the question is it reasonable to expect that that the subcommittees can review the applications and then schedule interviews on the 1st, 2nd, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. Is that reasonable to expect to be able to go through all of the candidates and have them scheduled for some time on the 14th or 15th?
I think so. Is that going to be a
do the
problem?
subcommittees feel that's reasonable, and does Raul and Marion feel that's reasonable? And Commissioner Kutagawa, I don't mean to be stepping on you here. You're the chair. I apologize.
No problem.
Can we hear from each of the subcommittees that are hiring for council and communications director? We have 2 minutes in this discussion. Commissioner Toledo and then someone else from the other subcommittee.
And Commissioner Anderson, in terms of the chief counsel position, we've only received 1 application thus far. So of course we'll be doing more outreach as much as possible, and hope that we'll get more, in the hopes of getting more applications over the next couple of days.
Right.
But given we hope to have at least a couple of people to interview for this position. Otherwise, it may be a challenge, right?
Or we might just end up extending. It could be a really short report.
Commissioners from the Communications Director Subcommittee. Yeah, I think we gave our update earlier, and I think Raul said we have 11 new applications as of our last count. Is that correct?
It's 9.
9, sorry.
It was 11 original and 9 new ones.
Great, thank you. So yes, we are, the postings are, the applications are open through the 30th.
So you feel comfortable that you could get those reviewed and ready to have Raul schedule interviews for the 12th or what were the dates, like 13th?
12th through 15th. Yes, I believe so. I think we would begin reviewing hopefully before the 30th, so that once it closes, probably that weekend, we'll make the final cut and start scheduling interviews.
Okay, very good. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Yep. All right, we are at 3:45. Thank you everyone for feedback on the agenda items for 12th through the 15th of October. Commissioners Akutagawa and Commissioner Fornashari, I wish you the best of luck in setting the agenda items and prioritizing which items to include and which items to leave to the next commissioners who will be chairing and vice chairing. Yeah, and if you all have additional recommendations that you think of, please go through staff so that they can forward those thoughts to Commissioners Akutagawa and Fornashari for their decisions. Yes, Commissioner Akutagawa.
Both the process and question around the interviews. So, Commissioner Fernandez, you're chairing the next meeting. And so does that, I assume then that I will be stepping in as your vice chair for the next meeting, since Commissioner Vasquez has to remove herself?
Right. If Commissioner Vasquez can't do it, then I would welcome you to be my vice chair.
I think I'm just trying to clarify, because I don't know if Commissioner Vasquez is planning to still act in the role of vice chair for that meeting, or if I'm going to be now stepping in as the vice chair, and just kind of trying to understand it. And then secondly, I'm also thinking about the questions for the interviewees, and whether or not are we going to go through a similar process like we did this last time for the executive director? And is there a way, does the agenda for the next meeting allow us to maybe move up some of that discussion to the 5th through the 7th meeting?
Commissioner Vasquez, would you quickly, in 5 seconds or less?
I'm happy to do whatever is most expedient. I'm not sure, I haven't quite worked out if it will mess up the schedule, so I can either be vice chair as planned, or if because of the schedule I need to not, I'm okay with that as well.
Commissioner Fernandez, on that point?
I'm thinking because Commissioner Vasquez will not be the chair on the following one, it would make sense to have Commissioner Akutagawa be the vice chair with me. Is that okay? Okay, it sounds like that will be okay with her. Yeah, and then we just shift everybody up. Can I do one more quick comment?
I have something urgent.
Okay, we are over time, and we still have many other items to discuss during closed session. I'm gonna have to apologize profusely, but we have to end this conversation. We have a mechanism in place to continue to provide input to Commissioners Akutagawa and Fornashari regarding the agenda item, which was the discussion at this time through council and staff.
I should have brought this up earlier, but actually, if Commissioner Vasquez is stepping out of the rotation at the moment, the next rotation actually goes to the next Democrat, not the next person in line. So that would actually be Commissioner Kennedy. I'm so sorry, I should have caught that earlier.
Yes, Commissioner Fernandez.
Right, but then that's going to mess it all up, I think, right? So I think for this exception, can we make an exception that we adopt Commissioner Akutagawa as vice?
Commissioner Turner?
Yeah, I was going to say, as a matter of process, and of course, depending on Commissioner Vasquez, but if she's the chair, and if she's chairing to such a time as she can't, the vice just steps in and takes over for her. Does not need to switch the rotation or anything else. She's just now serving in the chair mode as vice. And then she still resumes her role as chair next. And then it doesn't mess up any rotation.
Does that make sense to folks? Is that something we can agree on so we don't mess up the rotation? We don't have to bring people in when they were not previously scheduled. So Commissioner Vasquez, you would still be the chair from 12th to the 15th, but because you cannot serve in that role, your vice chair would serve for you. Similarly, what we have done in the past in the example in the commission thus far.
I understand that. I will do my best. It's the like pre-work and like the post-work that the chair leads. That's a really
That's totally fine.
That is what I'm concerned
totally
about.
Fine. Commissioner Turner and I can speak to that we got each other's back through the process when one couldn't step up versus the other. So the fact that you're making it known to your vice chair that they will need to step up, I'm sure your vice chair would appreciate. I'm sorry if I sound really rude at this point, but we are going to cut this conversation off, and we are going to give Christian 10 minutes to prep for our closed session. To the public, thank you so much for listening. We will see you all on October 5th at 9:30 a.m. For my fellow commissioners and council, we will meet again in closed session in 10 minutes.